doing real estate right. It's that you absolutely need an experienced real estate agent you can trust. Choose an agent who's been doing this stuff at the top of their game every day for years, not some rookie who just got their real estate license. Buying a home is way too big of a deal. You need to demand excellence. That's exactly what we do with the agents who earn the right to be called Ramsey Trusted. To find a Ramsey Trusted agent near you, visit RamseySolutions.com/agent. That's RamseySolutions.com/agent.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. Phoenix technical rescue crews were called at around noon today due to a hiker that was injured near 15th Avenue and Peoria Avenue. Firefighters located the man that sustained a medical illness and needed help getting down. The big wheel was used to bring the man to safety. The hiker was evaluated and transported to the hospital in a stable condition. A powerful earthquake struck south central Alaska this Thanksgiving morning. There is no known major damage or injuries, ABC's Alex Stone reports.
It was a 6.0 magnitude earthquake hitting 26 miles southwest of Willow, Alaska, or northwest of Anchorage. It reportedly woke people up, hitting at 8:11 a.m. local time on Thanksgiving morning and moved items off shelves. But the National Tsunami Warning Center quickly said there was no tsunami threat, and it appears there was no major damage.
I'm not just cuddly. I am cosmic. I can talk, listen, tell stories, play games, and help kids learn.
A local nonprofit is warning parents about gifting their children an AI toy.
The 2025 Trouble in Toyland report by the U.S. Public Interest Research Group found some toys with built-in AI chatbots will talk about explicit topics or where a child can find knives. Program director at Not My Kid, Elena Zavalza, recommends parents play with the toy first.
Just really keeping an eye on what are some of those things that it's asking, because if AI is able to adapt and that AI on that toy is able to change and have those conversations with the kids, it could be a little risky.
The plush toys are meant to interact with your child, but there aren't always enough parental controls to prevent the toy from going rogue. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The National Retail Federation is predicting that holiday sales will surpass $1 trillion for the first time ever this year. If the prediction holds, that would mean 3.7 to 4.2% sales increase over 2024. NRF Chief Economist Mark Matthews says the growth does in factor some higher prices thanks to tariffs, but says it's really because Americans are still in the mood to spend. As for holiday hiring, Matthews said they're seeing fewer seasonal job postings.
We forecast that holiday hiring would be about 265 to 365,000 this year. That's the lowest that we've seen in the last 15 years. So definitely some softness there.
More than 25,000 turkeys were distributed to families in need. That's a big number from the St. Mary's Food Bank this year.
You put 5 people around that table, which we figure is the average. That's 120,000 people that are going to be having dinner in their own home with a turkey on the table and their families together.
Jerry Brown with the food bank tells the Mike Broomhead Show that the task was a tall one this year, given the added challenge of the recent federal government shutdown and the cuts to SNAP benefits that came with it. 1.7 Arizonans are expected to travel over Thanksgiving this year, and the majority of those will be driving. Julian Paredes says on Outspoken, a spokesperson for AAA says, although Arizona's average gas price is higher than last year, this time a year we can expect the cheapest prices.
This is still a pretty good time for gas prices, and the forecast is still that gas prices should get cheaper, or historically has gotten cheaper throughout the end of November and towards December.
Paredes says that apps like AAA will tell you where you can find the cheapest gas prices. Alrighty, and now a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Starting out in Phoenix, we have a crash, disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Street in Union Hills Drive. And then Phoenix again with a crash blocking the Loop 101 Pima Freeway, westbound near the I-17 transition. Phoenix again with debris on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 67th Avenue. Alrighty, looking at the weather, Thursday, partially cloudy, high of 77. Black Friday, mostly sunny, high of 76. And Saturday, mostly high of 74. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News shines our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and their support of the Sojourner Center. This year marks the 9th annual Trajan Wealth Charity Drive, benefiting the Sojourner Center, a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence in Arizona since 1977. Since its founding, the Sojourner Center has helped tens of thousands of adults and children in the valley. During the charity drive, you're encouraged to donate a new unwrapped toy or a clothing item. A wish list can be found at TrajanWealth.com/blog. KTAR News is proud to shine our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and the Sojourner Center.
Something is happening.
It's all over the world.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I saw holidays are coming up. Boss was talking to you about vacation time. For people unaware, Joe will be taking...
all of December.
Starting with the week of Thanksgiving, he'll be back after Christmas 2026. He's accrued that much vacation time.
Pretty much. Hey, I'm working 8 days in December. You're welcome.
Pablo, what do you think about just renaming the show for the time that he's gone?
Chris?
We can approve of that, yeah.
I think that's the way to go.
Hey, I support that.
That's the way to go. I'm kind of down with it.
The Chris and Show.
Yeah. That works for me.
There.
Yeah.
You could put Merrill right there. Chris and Merrill Show.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. I did a Merrill in the Morning show for many years, but it's not the morning, so it doesn't work.
Merrill in the afternoon. Middays with Merrill.
You don't have that much vacation then? A lot of people don't, or what?
Yeah. I don't know. The boss just told me I have a few hours left that I got to take.
Oh, so you'll be taking some too.
Yeah, but not a month.
Well, how many days did I take up till now? I think 3.
I don't know. You do a whole lot of. I've got garage sale days. Those are different than vacation days.
Hey,
those are volunteer days.
One of those is right before Thanksgiving, but it's a vacation day.
All right. With the holidays coming, though, is this going to be a happy Christmas or a sad Christmas for America?
Probably a little bit of both.
Go on.
That's how America does it these days. I'm guessing there will be lots of presents under the tree. And then there will likely be debt to pay after the fact. Some buy now, pay later pain.
Oh, you are so right about there will be debt. I think that we would rather just extend our pain. Let's suppose that that you're using a credit card and you're buying your Christmas on the credit card, and you've got X amount of gifts under the tree. My in-laws, my brother and his wife, they're terrible at this, right? Terrible. I mean, they have 3 kids, and I swear to you, they fill the living room with. You can't see the Christmas tree because the gifts are stacked so high.
So maybe they're great at it.
Yeah. Okay. You haven't met their kids. So will they maybe only fill the room halfway full this year?
Oh, it'll probably be stuffed.
Or are they as likely to fill it all the way? Oh, we have to have presents to the ceiling.
Yeah.
We'll just pay on it longer into the next year.
I would go with that.
That's what they're going to do, isn't it?
That's what I think a lot of the country is going to do.
Yeah. I did see that the expectation is that we're going to spend $1 trillion in holiday spending this year.
That surprised you?
I mean, that's one Elon.
It surprised me yesterday. Not the number. I would have figured we've hit that before in the U.S. with holiday spending, but it surprised me that the number will go up from years past. We talk for weeks, for months, all the time on the show. We talk about how there's pain in this country, the tariffs, people getting let go. Wouldn't that go hand in hand with not having the money to spend around the holidays?
I mean, I would have thought so, but no.
Apparently, we've got more to spend.
And I'm kind of blown away by this. So forecasts, they say, defies inflation, defies tariffs, defies fears that are related to the shutdown as well. We're going to spend more money, which tells me that we are so addicted to consumption.
Yep.
And we don't care about debt at all. And I have to tell you, I'm very concerned about that mentality, that we are so materialistic that we are willing to sell our futures, not just as individuals, but the whole country seems to have that entire mentality as well, which is why, the whole shutdown with the spending package. And you're hearing, have you noticed that you haven't heard one side saying, well, the other side's trying to run up the debt? Because they're both trying to run up the debt. Neither one of them.
They're really good at doing it.
No budget proposal is to bring the debt down. You've noticed that.
Oh, yeah? But but the Republicans are worse. Oh, yeah? But the Democrats are worse.
Oh, God, it's so bad. So nobody seems to be concerned about debt. We're all betting on the future. The difference is the government, of course, can print their own money, and they have other levers that they can pull, and the debt doesn't affect them as much as it affects you and I. Because if I am paying, 25% on a credit card annually, and I'm not, and I'm making minimum payments. Man, oh man, I don't know why are you even worried about holiday sales when you're going to pay double the amount anyway when you put it on your credit card and don't pay it off for a year? Why do you even worry about it?
Yeah, if you pay the minimum, even if let's say you've racked up $1,000 on a credit card, and you've got
Are you going to ask me a question that you could have easily binged?
No.
Okay.
No, there's not going to be a question. It's going to be just are you coming up with a question for yourself? Yeah. Let's say $1,000 and the minimum is like $30 or $40 that you pay. It will take you like 20 years to pay it off. What'd you come up with over there?
Let's see. It depends on your APR, blah, 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 estimating the payoff. There's a calculator to estimate the payoff. This is why I didn't ask it.
See, way too many questions.
Yeah. I think you're actually right on this. Let's see. If you have a credit card balance of $6,000, this is just the example that's right here.
Sure.
Annual interest rate for your credit card is at 18%.
Mm-hmm. That's standard.
Minimum payment criterion is interest plus 1%. And let's say you're making the minimum payment.
Okay.
Let me see what this says. It would take you 280 months. Is that right? Oh, 291 months.
291. How long is that? It's like...
Becky Lynn.
We don't do math on the radio.
I know,
you know that.
It's 25 years. It would take you 25 years to pay it off. If you're making minimum payments. And your $6,000 that let's say you buy a whatever you want, I don't know, big TV, stereo system, something like that, that's $6,000, you would end up paying $14,423 for it. That's at 18% interest, and that's a low rate right now.
You're going to put more stuff on that credit card, too,
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. But we go, well, yeah, but last year we had presents all the way to the ceiling. If I don't do that again this year, my kids might not know that I love them.
Oh, they will know you don't love them. It's not a might. They will know. You got to go to the ceiling with the gifts.
Do you realize that we owe collectively consumer debt right now? $18.59 trillion in consumer debt.
That's a lot.
So as much as we complain about the government, which, by the way, is nearly...
What are they, 38 trillion now?
They're double the consumer debt. But credit card balances are, 1.4 trillion or something like that? Student loan debt is 1.65 trillion.
Credit card's got to be more than that.
Credit card is, I think I saw 1.14 trillion or something like that at the time. And then, of course, mortgages are factored into that as well. That's just considered all your personal debt.
Trillion or so is there?
That's
there
a little
too.
No, I'm going to say that's a lot more.
You think it is?
Yeah. But that's more acceptable, right? Because you're going to have an interest rate that even if it's high, it's 7% as opposed to a credit card, which is at 22 or 30%, right?
Yeah, and you're getting a house out of that.
Yeah, you've got equity. Yeah, great point. But those credit card balances are climbing, and that worries me, man. That freaks me out here. We've got a rise in mortgage, credit card, and student loan balances. Delinquencies are still high. That's certainly not coming back down. Mortgage debt, by the way, is just over 13 trillion.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talked about car loans. There's some signs that they're getting out of control, too.
Oh, yeah. I saw a story that repos are up. So why? I don't get it. Why are we spending more when we feel worse? Consumer confidence is dropping right now. Debt adds stress to our lives. Is there any doubt?
No.
I don't think anybody says, yeah, that debt's fine and never worries about it.
Hey, I've got debt. It's amazing.
I think when you talk to people that have like a 300 credit score, they're the ones that don't worry about their debt at all, right? But if you are taking on debt, then you're worried a little bit about that.
A lot.
And as a result, that stresses you out, right?
They go hand in hand, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. So we're worried about that. We're worried about what the future is with the government shutdown. That's stressing people out. We're worried about consumer confidence. That's stressing people out. We're worried about our jobs. We lost 1 million jobs this year. You and I talked about that yesterday. We've lost 1 million jobs nationwide this year.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live.
and save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Arizona children enter the foster system every day. If you're a parent, a coach, a teacher, or just someone who cares about young people, then you may be in a position to help. Becoming a foster parent not only creates a positive ripple effect in a child's life, it can improve our entire community. That's the foster effect. To learn more, go to azdcs.gov/foster effect. This message is brought to you by the Arizona Department of Child Safety.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Our question is, why are Americans spending more when they feel worse? So we've got economic anxiety, you've got inflation, you've got political chaos happening right now, you've got shutdowns happening, and yet Americans, according to the National Retail Federation, are expected to spend over $1 trillion this holiday season, which is a new record. We've never done that before. We've come close. We've never done it before.
Congratulations, America. You're on track to spend more than ever.
I told you yesterday, I believe that we are in a recession right now. I think that's happening. And we know that other states have already kind of crossed that threshold. I think even Scott Bessent was talking about that.
I believe it's a majority, but here in Arizona, economists, including our own Jim Rounds, say we're not there yet. And as a country, we may not be there yet.
No, I think we are.
But a number of states across the U.S. definitely are.
Well, if we weren't before, I think this government shutdown would have tipped us over.
And
I really do.
we don't know because we don't have the data.
Well,
but
that's another great
we
point.
could be. So why, though? Why are we spending and spending and spending, and yet we feel worse about it? Why is that going on? I think there's a few obvious ones that we can check off the list pretty quickly here, right?
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what your obvious ones are,
Well,
but mine
hit
is
me with yours.
psychological.
Okay.
100% psychological.
What do you mean when you say psychological?
Let me give you an example. So I realize that this is exactly what I do. If I am having a rough time,
okay,
I want a dopamine hit, right? And I'm not a drug addict.
Yeah.
I don't run marathons, right? But I do get a dopamine hit when I spend money.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember my wife and I had been married a few years. We got into an argument. We were out one night, got into an argument, and she said I said something about I wanted to go home. I was ready to go home. And she said, "Well, I'll just get a ride with my friend. You can go now." Whatever it was. Okay, fine. I didn't go home. I went to Best Buy.
Okay.
And when she got home, there was a new Blu-ray player.
Oh.
We'd never had a Blu-ray player before, right? This is like 06, 07, something like that.
So it's kind of like stress spending, like stress eating, kind of?
Yeah, it's retail therapy, they call it.
Yep.
And I think in some cases, when we are stressed, in fact, perhaps because we are stressed, we're likely to cross that $1 trillion threshold.
Definitely.
I think that has an awful lot to do with it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a big one. I think, how about keeping up with the Joneses, too? If you see the neighbor with presents that pile high in the car and that they're going to stack in the house that are going to be as high as the Christmas tree.
Well, you were even joking about it. What if they only stack it halfway high? And you said, well, they'll definitely know that you don't love them.
Yeah.
But I think there's an element of that, isn't there? Where people actually believe that I have to make sure I show my kids that I love them as much as the neighbors love their kids?
Definitely. Well, and your friends, that you want to be able to keep up with them, too. If you know that I'm going to get you a present, isn't it tougher for you to go, man, I don't have the money this year. Either I'm going to get Joe a $10 gift or I'm going to get Joe nothing. If you know I'm going to get you a $100 gift.
Oh, yeah.
Like, don't you, like, I think psychologically you just feel like, man, really? I'm going to show up with a bookmark? You and I?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's up to us. We can do whatever we want to do.
I mean, I would want to get you something, but I don't want to spend a lot on it. I think we should cap this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend $100 on you, just so you know.
Okay.
I might spend 20 or 30. I might even get you something nice for 50. I don't know what it would be.
I might have to go 500.
You jerk.
Don't worry, I will not.
Okay.
But I will get, of course.
Something token.
Something token?
Yeah, just a token here. I got you something.
Like Lord of the Rings?
Just stop it.
Okay.
Don't be foolish.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got Keeping Up with the Joneses.
Mm-hmm.
We got psychology.
Yeah.
I think that the emotional spending goes with that.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that the data itself may be askew in that we've seen other studies where it's sort of, I was trying to think of a funny term like wishful wallets or something of that sort. But I think in many cases, people who still have means are spending more money.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah,
we talk about the K-shaped recovery, and we know that.
Describe that again for people that missed it.
So, bifurcated economy. The haves have more. The have-nots, the pool that is growing at a faster rate than the have-nots, do not have. But the haves are doing pretty dang well right now on the backs of the have-nots. But they've got money to spend, and they will have a plentiful Christmas.
Yeah. So they're still stacking presents to the sky. They're paying a little more because there are tariffs, because there's other stuff. That increases the amount of holiday spending. But for the people that don't have a lot of money or have already maxed those credit cards throughout the year, they're not spending money. So that's not happening. So I think there's a little bit in the data itself. It says we as a country are going to spend $1 trillion, but Joe Blow in Mesa, who doesn't have any room left on his credit card, is not spending $1 million.
Yeah, he might be opening a new credit card or doing some buy now, pay later.
Right.
I want to hit you with this one.
But Muffy in Gilbert.
Oh, Muffy.
Muffy is
Muffy's
definitely
loaded.
Oh my gosh. Muffy's buying a lot of crap.
Is it possible that we don't give some people enough credit? I was thinking about this too. That tis the season, Chris. Is it possible that people knew that, hey, it's going to be tough come Christmas time, so they saved throughout the year and did what they could so that they do have money to spend now, because you don't want to disappoint little Elfie come Christmas time. So you say,
if you named your kid Elfie, you're living with Muffy.
Probably.
Yeah.
But hey, there was no summer vacation this year. There was no, midwinter break. There was no, I don't know, the birthday presents got halved. But
no, they didn't.
But when Santa comes to town, you don't think there's any chance that some people saved knowing that Christmas is coming?
Oh, I think there's a chance, but I don't think it was on birthday presents.
Okay.
Because if you're spending the money on Christmas presents, you definitely did on the birthday presents, too.
Okay, but you get my point. That maybe some things were cut to make sure that Christmas is not cut.
Maybe. And I think there's some parents definitely that look ahead and they go, look, I don't need anything, but I want to make sure that little Biscuit Face here does get whatever he wants.
I love, Biscuit Face.
Where does Biscuit Face live? Is Biscuit Face like a New River kid?
Across the street from Alfie.
From Alfie and Muffy?
Uh-huh.
No.
Biscuit. Well, down by the river, though. Biscuit Face.
Pablo, do you have thoughts on where Biscuit Face comes from? You didn't want to get in on that one?
No, but I think we're not giving Biscuit Face and his family enough credit nowadays. Back when Depression days, when you were poor, there was no alternatives. Was there like dollar stores? Was there knockoffs? Was there Temu? Was there stuff like that? Where today, like I know people, I have family members who aren't well off.
Yeah.
But somehow they still look better than you and I because they're able to
Because they're shopping with Biscuit Face.
Well, they're shopping. But the sales, they're taking the extra step that I don't have to do, right?
I agree with you on that, but they're not really contributing to that increasing spending around the holidays. Then they're actually they're getting more for their money, which is smart for a person. By the way, Smarty Pants, this shirt came from Temu.
No way.
Yes, of course.
See, it had me fooled.
Look how good it is.
Oh, no way,
That's
bro.
right.
Eddie Bauer, I thought the whole time.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Look, people who are watching.
Brooks Brothers. It's at
That's
Jet
right.
Ringer, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that's watching on the YouTube channel can see just how snazzy
my point,
it is.
You're right. They're not contributing, but you can still be poor and look good, I guess.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree. But they're not. I don't think they're the ones that are driving. Like me buying crap on Temu for my father, and my wife's getting a lot of Temu stuff
I probably bought more stuff crap than you have this whole year.
But we're not contributing to the increase in retail spending. We're just contributing to the increase in crap being delivered to our doors.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
This Thanksgiving weekend in the Outdoor Living Hour, we're going to be talking about Arizona's majestic ironwood tree.
From there, we'll be talking to two of our favorite charities who we support all year long. St. Vincent de Paul and Habitat for Humanity will be in to update us.
Everyone knows aging in place can be challenging. At 10 o'clock, we'll talk about some solid solutions.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves lives. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health for a better world. Join us. Learn how at americares.org/goodhealth.
Parents, we need to talk about teen violence. It's hurting our kids and our communities.
Seeing how violence impacts our kids is heartbreaking. We need to step up.
It affects everyone. So when it comes to teen violence videos, do the right thing. Report it, don't repost.
The Maricopa County Attorney's Office is committed to keeping our community safe and free from teen violence. Let's work together to report videos of violence instead of reposting them. Together, we can create a safer community.
Action! When I grow up, I want to be a director because they get to talk to everybody about everything. They get to make cool movies and dance music videos.
If your child is sick over and over again, it could be PI, a defect of the immune system that affects millions. Early testing can give children a chance to dream.
And when I'm a director, I get to say, lights, camera, action.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
That's a wrap.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
Parents, tired of conversations that go nowhere?
How was your day?
Fun. With conversation starters from parenting.org, you can turn fine into fun.
What was the funniest thing that happened today?
I was sitting next to Piper at lunch, and she had this, chicken fish patty thing.
Text CONVO to 51550 for weekly conversation starters, from silly to serious. And connect more with parenting.org from Boys Town.
KTAR News shines our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and their support of the Sojourner Center. This year marks the 9th annual Trajan Wealth Charity Drive, benefiting the Sojourner Center, a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence in Arizona since 1977. Since its founding, the Sojourner Center has helped tens of thousands of adults and children in the valley. During the charity drive, you're encouraged to donate a new unwrapped toy or a clothing item. A wish list can be found at TrajanWealth.com/blog. KTAR News is proud to shine our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and the Sojourner Center.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. The 29-year-old Afghan refugee who allegedly shot 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday had been living in Belgium. Washington and investigators say he drove across the country to carry out the shooting. More on what Belgium officials are doing to help the investigation from ABC's Alex Stone.
In Bellingham, Washington, the mayor says local police and the city are working closely now with federal investigators. The mayor saying she is directing local resources to be ready to support the FBI and that she wants to see justice and accountability for the violent attack. She says the terrible actions in Washington do not represent Bellingham.
The peace plan that the U.S. and Ukraine negotiated in Geneva earlier this week is likely not to gain any traction with the Russians. Russian President Vladimir Putin making a series of belligerent statements on Trump's new peace push, signaling no intention of compromise at Trump's envy Steve Witkoff, who is due to meet him in Moscow next week. This is after the U.S. initially proposed a 28-point peace plan that favored the Russians, but asked Ukrainians to limit the size of their military and give up territory. More from ABC's Patrick Revel in eastern Ukraine.
Putin said it was pointless to sign any agreements with Ukraine's current leadership, suggesting that President Zelensky is illegitimate. He repeated his hardline demands, vowing that Russia will fight until Ukrainian troops withdraw from the territory he claims, and that the US must negotiate with Russia over recognizing Crimea, Donbass, as well as swathes of southeastern Ukraine. He also downplayed President Trump's peace plan, saying it could provide a basis, but that fundamental issues remain.
1.7 million Arizonans are expected to travel over Thanksgiving this year, and the majority of those will be driving. Julian Paredes, a spokesperson for AAA, says although Arizona's average gas price is higher than last year, this is the time of the year where we can expect the cheapest prices.
This is still a pretty good time for gas prices, and the forecast is still that gas prices should get cheaper, or historically has gotten cheaper throughout the end of November and towards December.
Paredes says apps like the AAA app will help you find where you can find the cheapest prices. Phoenix technical rescue crews were called at around noon today due to a hiker that was injured near 15th Avenue and Peoria Avenue. Firefighters located the man that sustained a medical illness and needed help. They used the big wheel, which was used to bring the man to safety. The hiker was evaluated and transported to the hospital in stable condition. Alrighty, now a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Only thing I have for you is Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder on I-17 northbound near Peoria Avenue. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy Dealers. Alrighty, for today, Thanksgiving Thursday, partially cloudy, high of 77. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Find something extraordinary this season at the Genesis Signature Event and enjoy 0.99% APR financing on select vehicles through December 1st. Take advantage of this exceptional offer on our most popular Genesis models, including the 2026 G70, GV70, GV80, and GV80 Coupe, plus select 2025 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models with approved credit. Discover the perfect balance of performance, innovation, and refined design at Genesis of Scottsdale. Our team is dedicated to delivering an effortless and sophisticated buying experience from the moment you arrive to the drive home. Experience modern luxury today at Genesis of Scottsdale, conveniently located on North Scottsdale Road, or visit us online at genesisofscottsdale.com to learn more.
Exclusions apply. 0.99% APR for up to 36 months. Is $28.20 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers on select 2025 and 2026 Genesis models. Subject to credit approval by Genesis Finance. Not all will qualify. Down payment may be required. Must take delivery from retail stock by 12/1/25. Most new vehicles include a protection package with lifetime window tint, door edge guards, and handle cup guards priced at $618 plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Most pedestrian and bicycle crashes happen early morning or at night. The leading cause? Drivers failing to yield. Since 2010, traffic fatalities for people walking and biking have doubled in Arizona. So stay alert and watch for bicycles and pedestrians. There's no such thing as accidents. Learn more about the risks at azdot.gov/no accidents. This message is brought to you by the Arizona Department of Transportation.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hello, my friends. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga. Pleasure being with you. We will be watching. Joe and I will spend all weekend definitely not watching football.
What?
Nope.
Oh.
We will be instead watching C-SPAN.
Nice.
Yeah, just to find out if the government is set to open up. That's our plan. All weekend long.
Cool.
C-SPAN. In fact, Joe and I have plans to do a little slumber party watching C-SPAN. I got some new Brown Bear pajama bottoms. I can't wait to wear those. I'm coming over.
Decked out in my new Kesho onesie. You're
We're
welcome.
gonna look good. So, be watching our YouTube channel for that excitement. In fact, I would advise just leave that KTAR News YouTube channel open all weekend long, just in case we're on there. Now, we'll be watching that, and then we'll give you the latest on the shutdown on Monday, because I don't know about you, but I don't think it's going to be done by then.
By Monday?
No.
I am not feeling optimistic about that.
No. Isn't that sad? You and I, at first we thought, this is going to be 3 weeks. But now they're saying, definitely.
We're 2 weeks past 3 weeks now.
I know it. Okay. Best guess. Before or after Thanksgiving?
I still think before, but I'm less confident now than I was 2 weeks ago. I mean, every day we get closer to Thanksgiving, I think, man, maybe they really are going to run this right into Thanksgiving. Let
me Huizenga you.
Yeah.
What percentage of you believes it will be done by Thanksgiving? Gauge your confidence?
85%.
Oh, that's pretty good still.
Well, the reason I think that is every year we know right before Thanksgiving is the busiest time of the year for air travel.
Yeah.
So are these incompetent boobs that we have in Washington really going to continue to keep the government shut down? And what would that do to the airports? I think that would just totally snarl
confidence that they're suddenly going to go, oh, you know what? We are willing to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies for another year. I just don't see that happening.
So what ends the game of chicken then? Because both sides are playing this game right now of we're not going to budge.
Yes. Okay, that's a great question. I think what ends this game of chicken is... actually, there's a couple things. Okay, so the first thing
because I don't have an answer. If it's
easy.
not Thanksgiving.
First one, easy. Democrats cave. Democrats say, okay, we'll compromise. So, and then they sign off on whatever package the Republicans
Can I push back on that?
No.
Well, I'm going to.
That's one way.
Why would the Democrats cave?
I didn't say they would. You asked what would end it.
Okay.
Will you listen to your own question?
No.
Unbelievable.
But you don't think that's going to happen. Neither do I.
I don't either, but that wasn't a question.
So what will end it? Something we both don't think will happen could end it, sure.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think any of these things are going to happen.
Okay.
Something has to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so one, Democrats cave.
Okay.
Two is Republicans cave and they catch the ire of President Trump, which could cost some of them in the midterms. Although, if they don't, and they're starting to do this calculus on a one-on-one basis, they're thinking, if I don't cave, it's going to cost me in the midterms.
See, I think that is definitely more likely than the Democrats caving.
Okay.
Is it possible that they they reach a deal and both get a little bit of what they want somehow.
They're both going to come out and claim victory regardless.
Yeah, is it possible that
I don't know how much they actually get a little bit of what they want, but they're both going to claim that they got some of what they want.
Extend some ACA benefits, and I mean, what would the win be for the Republicans?
But it's temporary.
Well, of course, yeah. It's 6 months.
Or the benefit, or there could be caps on those benefits so that the benefits don't extend to people who are making $400,000 a year or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So they're both going to claim victory. Whatever happens, they're both going to claim victory. There is the third avenue, though. It is possible, as much as I say President Trump doesn't seem likely to compromise at all, it is possible, and he's not being given either he's not being given good information right now or he's not regurgitating facts, because he says the economy is in great shape. Prices are lower than they've been. In fact, I don't know if you saw, he said that the prices of Thanksgiving, the Walmart Thanksgiving package is cheaper than it ever was during Biden, which is true.
Left out some fact. Well, it is true, but he left out some information that there are fewer items in there, and it's also more store brands, not name brands.
It's the smallest package that they've had. Yeah. Okay.
So he's right.
Right.
But he left out some details.
Shrinkflation. So the value's not there. But he continues to say that we're near $2 a gallon gas. I don't think anywhere in the country, even in Oklahoma and Texas.
$3.65 here yesterday.
Thank you. I don't think we're anywhere close to $2 a gallon gas. So either he's delusional, or he's been given bad information, or he's simply not telling the truth, not portraying things accurately because he wants to maintain some popularity, right? It could be a political move. Okay. It's possible that at some point he says, enough. Either it's air traffic, or he gets word from some of his own cronies that say, you are crushing us. Hey, this is Dale from United Airlines. I don't know. And he goes,
hello, Dale?
Yeah. Hello, Dale. Love your planes. They go, woo, woo, woo. And then Dale says, look, man, we're crashing in more ways than one here, pal. You're going to have to figure something out. I've come to a conclusion that we're going to reopen the government because what the Democrats are doing is a really bad thing. And so I've told the Republicans that they're going to have to find something, and they're going to do it because the Democrats are bad. That's the other potential.
Trump tries to kind of wave the magic wand and basically make the American people, hey, we gave the truth would be we gave the Democrats what they want, but Trump would claim victory because he would say they were being stubborn, they wouldn't negotiate. We came to the table, struck a deal,
and we got them to deal.
We are willing to compromise and make this happen.
No, he won't say compromise.
He will not.
He absolutely will not. He'll say we got them to come to the table, and we got it the best deal the American people could hope for.
I like when you did that.
We use airplanes.
You're welcome, Dale.
Yeah. It's also how Melania feeds me.
Okay.
Into the hangar. Here it comes, into the airport.
All right, back to reality now.
We've got some new numbers from some of that divide that we were talking about in our last segment between the haves and the have-nots. But there is a toy maker that says things aren't that bad, which is really shocking because the toys, most of them made in China, you'd think they're the ones getting hit the hardest by the tariffs. We'll talk about that in a moment. And you've been told that the holidays are for family this year, though. It might be about math. Got a couple of retail giants that are daring you to believe that you can feed the table for less than the cost of a tank of gas. You thought the $40 deal from Walmart was good. Wait until you hear about these bargains. You'll find out next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Something is happening. It's all over the world.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000, or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Protecting your estate with a living trust.
is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court. Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-896-9597. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-896-9597. Call 480-896-9597.
KTAR News presents Silent Witness, where it pays to fight crime. Here's Jamie West.
Obviously, this person is armed and dangerous.
Late Sunday night, June 5th, 2016, a teenage cashier is working behind the counter at the Arco at 23rd Avenue and Indian School. Phoenix Police Sergeant Jamie Rothschild.
Suspect comes in and shows a gun and tells the clerk to give all the money from the register. And the suspect filled a black plastic bag with that money before leaving.
Sergeant Rothschild says the cashier did exactly the right thing.
We always want the clerks to be as safe as possible, and we never want anyone to get hurt over property.
The cashier wasn't hurt, but
when they're simply just trying to do their job and somebody comes in and points a weapon at them and threatens their life, that can be a pretty traumatic thing.
Next, the attempted kidnapping of a 9-year-old girl.
Unbelievably scary for the child.
On Thursday, December 15th, 2016, just before 2 in the afternoon, the girl was near the clubhouse of her mobile home park near 67th Avenue and Van Buren when a man approached.
The suspect told her she couldn't leave while he grabbed her by the waist and covered her mouth. Fortunately, in this case, the girl was able to get away from the suspect and run away, but we need the community to let us know who did this.
And Sergeant Rothschild says you would know this guy if you saw him.
The Hispanic male with curly dark hair. He was wearing a green t-shirt and brown pants.
He had a very distinctive vertical scar on the left side of his face, going from just below his hairline over the corner of his eye to about the bottom of his left ear. Find the links with pictures and details from both of these cases at KTAR.com. Click menu, scroll down to blogs, and Silent Witness. I'm Jamie West, KTAR News.
If you have information about a felony crime and wish to remain anonymous, contact Silent Witness at 480-WITNESS or silentwitness.org. With rewards up to $1,000, it pays to fight crime. Call 480-WITNESS, 480-WITNESS, or silentwitness.org.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Get hurt in a game? We tough it out. Feel exhausted? We push on. Feeling down? We pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But there are times when bootstraps aren't enough. When stress gets to us and we need to talk to someone about what we're really going through. So we're going to reach out because sometimes mental health is not a one-person job. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Something is happening. It's all over the world.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you for being a part of our program. Thank you for inviting us into your magical life. You and I talked about those teachers that were in the Vail School District down by Tucson.
Yes, indeed.
So if you missed the story, these teachers, or math teachers, probably the kind that would play Magic the Gathering with you at lunch.
You know, Wizards of the Coast makes Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they're saying they're having a great year financially.
Cast enchantment.
Unbelievable. Somebody on YouTube
struck back with instant
channel said Eye of Newt, which I think that was one of the ingredients they were throwing with your Martha Stewart holiday
I don't
recipe.
think Eye of Newt was used in Magic, but okay. Yeah.
So anyway, so these teachers, they wore these shirts and they had blood on one side.
It says problem solved across the front.
And somebody was like, wait a minute. Charlie Kirk bled out of the left side. These teachers are mocking Charlie Kirk.
Other than the fact that these teachers had also worn these shirts the year before
Yeah, and
around
also,
Halloween.
even if they were mocking somebody, why has it got to be your guy? What's the assumption that the teachers are doing it about Charlie Kirk? I mean, lots of people get shot.
Fair, but not lots of famous people, I guess, potentially.
All right. Well, they wore them last year,
Yes.
and that didn't seem to.
No kerfluffle.
No kerfluffle last year, but the fact that they wore them last year didn't seem to tamp down any of the mayhem around
It actually made it worse in some ways.
Oh
You
my
saw
gosh.
online speculation that said what? That it was AI, that
Yes.
it didn't actually happen a year before?
And that last year they did it. The people that did accept that last year's photograph was true, they said, well, that's because they were celebrating President Trump nearly getting shot.
Ah.
Now, did any of them reach out? Do any of them know the political leanings of the math teachers? Because let me tell you something. In my high school, I had 2 math teachers that were very conservative. But nobody asked. They just assumed. Because they're teachers, and they go, well, teachers, they must be liberals, and they must be celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. So that's what people do, because they're insane. So anyway, these teachers, their lives have been completely turned upside down. Our education reporter, Shira Tanzer, is joining us in the studio right now. The story doesn't seem to be going away. I mean, we're a week away from Halloween. This stuff happened before Halloween. The story's not going away because evidently the threats keep amping up.
Yeah, so this all started last Friday on Halloween, where the picture of the teachers wearing the shirts was reposted by 2 Turning Point USA spokespeople, Andrew Colvett and Anthony Kern, who's also a former Arizona state senator and running for state senate again next year. So they both reposted the picture. It went viral. Influencers, Republicans everywhere were retweeting it, leaving nasty comments.
Vile. They wanted to dox these teachers.
Yeah, I
and
have
then they
some
said
examples.
they should be fired. Initially they said, we need to find out who they are, put them on blast, and they should all be fired.
And somebody did find their names, pictures, and phone numbers, put them in the comments of that post, and basically said to call them and harass them. Somebody else said to call the state board and contest their teaching certificates. Somebody else was asking about when their school board meeting is, their next one, so that they can show up and pretty much attack them because this should be considered a terrorist threat. And then the Arizona Education Association, which is a local teachers union, released a statement about threats against teachers, claiming that this picture had sparked death threats, which I didn't see any of online, but I assume if there were death threats, they would have been taken down, as were a lot of the pictures that were shared. And they basically said, these threats are coming against teachers. It's making the teachers not want to trust the parents and community that should be having their back when they're educating their kids, and it's making them want to leave the profession.
Shira Tanzer, our KTAR News education reporter, joins us. And Shira, you spoke with Arizona Education Association President Marisol Garcia about this. And she said that for the state, threats against teachers are not unusual. And she said this goes back to Red for Ed. She says it's actually getting worse. Why is it getting worse from parents and others out there reaching out increasingly? So we're talking 2018, Red for Ed happened. Why is this movement getting worse where people are so ticked off at teachers?
Yeah, she said during Red for Ed, they were having a lot of issues with people attacking teachers verbally, online, digitally harassing them. And in past years, she said that a lot of it had to do with the privatization of our schools. So once we started opening up a lot more private schools, charter schools in this state, it became a lot more political. Schools are competing with each other. It became a business game. It became a political game. Politicians were now weighing in on which schools are better. That got involved too. She said in 2022, they actually had to reach out to the Attorney General's office to have local police show up at school board meetings because people were attacking teachers so much. So she says this is just the latest in a string of attacks throughout the years.
Shira, what have we heard from the district? I know they put out a statement initially. Have they gone radio silent since then, or are they trying to stay on top of this and communicate with the community?
Yeah, it actually looks like that district statement was removed, at least from Facebook, from what I saw. The district superintendent did put out a statement saying that the shirts were worn both this year and last year as part of a math-themed Halloween costume and were not intended as a reference to anyone or any political issue, which is when those Turning Point USA spokespeople that had retweeted it did go back and update their tweets. It didn't really get much better. I have the wording of Andrew Covet's specific tweet, and he says, I'm updating the thread with the image. We've seen enough evil since Charlie's murder. I'd actually be relieved if this isn't another example. But then he goes on to say that he doesn't believe that all of them are innocent anyway, and the school district's decision to remove the image after posting shows that anybody knew how this would seem. And then he went on to say that school teachers have been among the worst offenders of mocking and celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Again, that goes back to what I was saying, is that the assumption is it's all about you.
And people don't want to do their research, too.
Right.
They just want to draw their own conclusions.
And then scream, it's all about me, I'm a victim.
And that's really what Marisol Garcia was saying should be the next steps moving forward, is that elected officials, influencers, anybody with a seat of power, specifically talking about the Turning Point people, but also anybody who really reposted it, had any hand in making this really a viral moment, should just fact check. Make sure that what you're posting is true. Go back, check with these people before you're putting it online. And she said that was the best way to curb these attacks in the future.
Yeah, but it doesn't help your clicks. Right, that doesn't help your online, your clout rating. Have we heard anything about the authorities, police investigating either any of these threats or anything that anybody, have they been involved at all?
A lot of it has been very quiet and kind of kept under wraps. I assume we'll hear more about that in the coming weeks. As for right now, not much.
Haven't heard it. Okay.
KTAR News education reporter Shira Tanzer. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, Shira. Hey, you get elected to a school board. You push your staff hard. The next thing you know, you're being forced to apologize for being combative. Now, one West Valley board member says the real abuse is actually coming from her colleagues. You decide who's the toxic one. Next, the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You've been ignoring your home long enough. Give it the attention it deserves and start with those nasty windows. Advanced Window Products make sure that the drafts that are sneaking in, the panes that are fogged up like a bad shower mirror, and the frames are twisting like they're being tortured, all get fixed. Yeah, you see the problems. We all see the problems at your house. This month, your place gets the gift it actually needs. New windows from Advanced Window Products, a Black Friday sale running all month. And when you buy 10 or more, you pocket the biggest discount of the year, $3,500 off. Made right here in the Valley, for the Valley. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life with no middleman markups, no subcontractors ghosting you halfway through the job. Just a local Arizona crew, family-owned since 1986 and doing it all in-house. Giving you that best warranty, labor, parts, even glass breakage covered for life. The national guys can't even pretend to match that. And financing that feels like a holiday bonus with payments as low as $150 a month. Call 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Made in the Valley, for the Valley. Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com.
The Arthritis Foundation's Jingle Bell Run raises money for life-changing research and resources. Whether you walk, run, or just cheer others on, you'll be supporting the nearly 60 million people in the U.S. with arthritis at the best holiday fun run ever. Put on your favorite holiday costume and come on out to make new friends. Registered participants get a special t-shirt and medal. Sign up today at jbr.org and get jingling. That's jbr.org.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis. He's the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, and as both an estate planning and a financial client of Asset Preservation, I know fees come up a lot, Stuart. So what do people really need to understand about them?
Well, Jim, too often folks with $500,000 to $1 million saved focus on finding the cheapest advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost far more and miss tax and planning opportunities.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the ultra wealthy pay premium fees because they understand value. At Asset Preservation, we're fiduciaries. Our pricing is fair and transparent, and our focus is delivering real value. Comprehensive planning that protects families and builds wealth the right way.
Don't you want an advisor who wants to help you because they gain when you gain? Yes, you do. You want Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to get your free portfolio review. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now. Outspoken for families in need. Benefiting you, Mom. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. A CBS News/YouGov survey shows President Trump's economic approval rating is down 15 points since March.
Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos there's a clear reason for the drop.
The guy who won the White House won because he said that he was going to lower prices, and he hasn't.
Former Republican State Senator Michelle Ugenti-Rita tells the show if economic headwinds force people to spend less this season, that may not be a bad thing.
Maybe there's a course correction that needs to happen. I mean, spending recklessly is not the answer.
Correct.
Cutting spending. I mean, we can cut taxes, and I'm a big proponent of that, but you have to cut the bloat. You have to cut spending.
Ugenti-Rita says, all things considered, the economy is actually doing pretty well despite a month-long government shutdown initiated by Senate Democrats. William Padmore, KTAR News.
For many Americans, some parts of the Thanksgiving meal will be more expensive this year. But who is it to blame for the price increases? Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, look no further than corporates that produce our food.
And those folks report to shareholders. There's no hometown grocery store down the street that cares. I mean, we are in a different world, and it's a greedy capitalist place, and prices are not going to come down.
On the other hand of the argument, former Republican State Senator Michelle Ugenti-Rita tells the show,
I think the economy is in a pretty decent spot considering that it had to weather a 43-day shutdown by the Democrats.
According to the Associated Press, cranberry sauce, stuffing, and green beans are more expensive this year. Singer and songwriter Ray J has been arrested in Los Angeles, as we hear from ABC's Alex Stone.
In an alleged domestic dispute that was live streamed on Instagram involving a gun and allegations of pointing that gun at his estranged wife, Princess Love, Ray J, real name Willie Norwood, was arrested by the LAPD on Thursday morning. He was on a live stream describing what he said was his worst Thanksgiving ever when it devolved into images of a gun and Princess Love claiming that he had been drinking and pointed the gun at her as she stood holding a little girl. The LAPD tells us it moved in on a call of a domestic dispute involving custody of a child. Norwood was booked for making a criminal threat. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
The National Retail Federation is predicting that holiday sales will surpass $1 trillion for the first time ever this year. If prediction holds true, that would mean a 3.7 to 4.2% sales increase over 2024. NRF Chief Economic Mark Matthews says the growth does not factor in some higher prices thanks to tariffs, but says it's really because Americans are still in a spending mood. As for holiday hiring, Matthews says they're seeing fewer seasonal job postings.
We forecast that holiday hiring would be about 265 to 365,000 this year. That's the lowest that we've seen in the last 15 years. So definitely some softness there.
One of the state's most influential healthcare providers doesn't plan on relocating anytime soon. TriWest CEO David McIntyre tells the Mike Broomhead show he's honored to have been able to grow his company here.
And I'll tell you what, the VA is a whole lot different today than it was back in 2014.
Yeah,
and that's as a result of the amazing work that's been done by those people that count that a privilege.
TriWest employs around 600 in the Valley and around 4,000 company-wide. Flu season has officially begun, and that means it's time to get your flu shot. Valley primary care provider Michelle Calvin tells reported flu cases are lagging behind last year, but they're beginning to spike as of last week.
I think the rapid rise, that's expected. We see that every year. Once it hits, it starts to spread pretty rapidly.
Calvin says the number of reported cases has doubled in the past week alone. Symptoms of flu include fever, body aches, and a sore throat. Alrighty, and now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevrolet Dealers Traffic Center. As for the highways, it's looking absolutely great right now. I'm not seeing any reports of any disabled vehicles or crashes or anything. Surface street-wise, it's great as well, so let's move on to weather. Alrighty, Thursday for today, Thanksgiving, partially cloudy, high of 77. Black Friday, mostly sunny, high of 76. And for Saturday, we're looking mostly sunny, high of 74. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Something is happening. It's all over the world.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hi there.
Hello.
Super dynamite being with you today. It's super dynamite, Joe.
Super dynamite.
Super dynamite. I'm really excited about it.
Not just dynamite or super.
Super dynamite.
Super
It's super dynamite. Yeah. On the program, we've got a teacher who was dragging kids by their hoodie across the gym floor, and evidently that's frowned upon? When did we get so soft as a society? I'm bothered by that, to say the very least, that we're just a bunch of weaklings now who can't handle a little bit of child abuse in our schools. And I don't know where we went wrong. But we'll talk about that coming up here at about 2:30. First, might not have to worry about it because there might not be any schools left. Hey, we got that going for us.
Public ones.
Phoenix, that's true. Good point. Phoenix Union is projecting a $20 million shortfall next year. Oh, that's great. So how do you shore up that shortfall? You fire people. Well, that's good. 87% of the district's budget is salaries and benefits. Wow. They've already cut it by $14 million over the last 2 years, and they're still $20 million short. I don't believe that this is a case of mismanagement either. This isn't like, oh, we're blowing $14 million. Oh, we're blowing $20 million. Oh, our teachers are making too much. Look, they're all driving Maseratis. That doesn't seem to be the case.
They all got boats.
Yeah, look at them. They're all just floating around out there, just living high on the hog. That is not the case.
What do you think it's a case of?
I think it's the stuff that we've talked about with other schools that are closing because of budget shortfalls, and that has to do with declining enrollment. The declining enrollment can be attributed to the declining birth rate first, but also the ESAs. You've got nearly 100,000 kids now that used to be in, well, I can't say that they all used to be in public schools, but many of them were in public schools that are now getting the empowerment scholarship accounts, and they're taking that money and they're handing it over to a private operator, whether it's a private school or a charter school, which is a public school, but it is run by a private entity.
We all know they're a little different than
They're
the
a little
public
different.
schools.
Well, yeah, they don't have to play by, they get the state funding, but they don't have to play by any of the rules. So, I think, and this was predictable. When they started kicking around the idea of ESAs to begin with, and this was under Ducey's regime that they did this, I said, this is a terrible idea. This is going to end up taking money away from the public schools. And the public schools, it's not like they have fewer buildings that they need to operate. It's not like their operational costs go down. And they still have to have a number of teachers for the kids that are left. Instead, what we end up with is less money in the public school system, more money being funneled into the private operators. And who suffers? It's the kids that don't jump ship. I mean, it's like saying, I'll wait for the next lifeboat because I don't know, didn't want to get on the first one. And so you're just going to sink with the ship, like the Edmund Fitzgerald, Joe. Like the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Oh, that sank?
Unbelievable.
I knew it was a ship. I didn't know that it went down.
Unbelievable.
Call back to yesterday's program.
Very
if you
good.
don't know what we're talking about, you should
Very
check
good.
it out. Chris was
incensed.
All aflutter about the Edmund Fitzgerald.
I was incensed that you didn't know anything about it.
I knew it was a ship. That's about it.
And it was sinking like our public school system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
the ESAs are the gales of November.
Oh, boy.
To the Phoenix Fitzgerald public schools.
So more than 1,000 teachers have resigned since July. Hundreds just over the last few months. And go ahead.
Well, hang on, because I have that kind of built into our next segment as well when we talk about the why. I think that's almost counter to this idea. We still have a teacher shortage. Now, you're jumping ahead on me a little bit there. But we have a teacher shortage while we're closing schools. And you would think that what's left is an opportunity for teachers to have jobs and security. But then they leave. So we still have a teacher shortage. We're closing schools. We got a teacher shortage.
Well, it's getting worse.
Doesn't that seem almost counterintuitive? Let's suppose. I mean, we've talked about, for instance, Amazon. They had 14,000 layoffs, right?
Yes.
But they offered most everyone a job somewhere else in the company. Right? Now, whether they took it or not is a different story. But they offered those jobs to others as they were expanding different sectors. This is like, hey, we're laying teachers off, but there's also a teacher shortage. So, if you're in one school, like if you're in Kyrene, right, and your school ends up on the chopping block, because the Kyrene School District is one that's being looked at, and all of a sudden they say, you're out. We're closing the school down. Wouldn't you think that you would have now a bunch of teachers looking for a gig that could be put somewhere else in the district that might be short on teachers? I mean, at some point, don't you not have a teacher shortage because you've closed enough schools? But we still do.
On one hand, when you look at it that way, yes. But I'll present another reality that's going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. And
because it's not so simple.
And I'm looking forward to your analysis on that. We saw Phoenix is talking about canning employees. I just mentioned Kyrene is looking at closing a couple of schools.
A lot of districts.
I think we're down to 8 schools, though, in Kyrene. Didn't they start out with almost a dozen schools that they were looking at?
Okay.
Scottsdale looking at repurposing up to 8 schools over the next couple of years. Scottsdale Unified has seen their enrollment fall. Now, there's an area where you've got kids that are in the public schools, which are pretty decent. It's a more affluent community, right? And they're taking money. They're taking their ESAs, and they're going, no, well, I might as well go to the private schools, and there's plenty of them in Scottsdale.
Well, because Scottsdale's enrollment is down over 25,000 students.
Yeah.
To fewer than 20,000 today now.
Well,
I'm sorry, it's down 6,000.
Yeah.
So it's 6,000 kids.
Yeah.
Are no longer
But it's still
Scottsdale Public School District kids.
Almost a 30% decrease in attendance. Yeah. So how do you and remember, attendance is where the money comes from. The state's calculus is you get X amount of dollars for each student that you have. So if that student goes somewhere else, you lose your state funding for that student. You lose 30% of your state funding. It's kind of hard to keep schools open.
Worth pointing out, too, that when it comes to per student funding, Arizona doesn't do great in that category either.
No, one of the worst, actually, nationally, right?
So it's kind of a double whammy of Arizona doesn't pay great in the first place per student funding, and then we've got kids leaving as well.
Yeah.
So less of that money.
So the question is always then, well, how is it that the private schools are doing it? How can they take the ESAs that are the money that would have otherwise gone to the public schools, and how is it that they're thriving?
I mean, that goes to the heart of what we're going to get into as well.
Okay. All right. I didn't want, yeah. All right. I don't want to steal your thunder then.
No.
So our question, our why today, is this. With school districts closing in the Valley, why is there still a teacher shortage? You hear Joe is chomping at the bit because he's got some solutions to this. So why do we still have a teacher shortage even with all the schools closing? That is next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
You buckle them in, but are they really protected? In Arizona, child passenger safety starts with the right car seat. Double check that your child is in the proper seat based on their age and size, and that it's correctly installed. The wrong fit or a loose seat can put your child at serious risk. Need help installing your car seat? Certified technicians can help for free. Learn more at gohs.az.gov. This message is sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When driving in Arizona, move over or slow down for any flashing lights. Move over for tow truck drivers, highway crews, and emergency responders. Move over for any vehicle with its hazards flashing. Because at 65 miles per hour, a vehicle travels over 95 feet in 1 second. 1 second that could change everything. When you move over for anyone, you're not just doing it for them, you're doing it for their families. Their lives are flashing before your eyes. Move over, Arizona. Every vehicle, every time. It's the law. Please visit moveoveraz.org. This message is brought to you by ADOT and this station.
Hi there, it's Scott from Pentatonics. So from the beginning of our journey in music, the foundation has been music education. It's so incredibly important that we continue to show kids the importance of music in our schools, in our homes, and even in the car. Music is such a powerful expression of emotion and individuality, and we are responsible for keeping the love for music alive. This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
Pima JTED doesn't just work for students, it works for all of Arizona. Hands-on training, real-world skills, high school students become job-ready, and Arizona businesses get the talent they need to thrive. Without a skilled workforce, Arizona can't grow. But with Pima JTED graduates, our entire economy prospers. Join the businesses already investing in Arizona's future. Learn more at PimaJTED.org. That's PimaJTED.org. This message is sponsored by Potoff Private Philanthropy.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
School districts closing around the valley. You would think that as school districts are closing, and
Schools within the districts are
yes,
closing.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I appreciate
We haven't gotten any of whole districts yet.
Yet. Don't tell me that's not coming. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it happen with some of these districts that are really struggling.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got some districts that are short millions of dollars. Phoenix Union, they say they got a $20 million shortfall. They're talking about up to 160 staff layoffs are being considered. You've got Kyrene looking at closing a number of schools. You've got Scottsdale looking at closing a number of schools. This is declining enrollment for reasons like birth rate is dropping and ESAs are siphoning kids off, and they're going to take your tax dollars and give that into private school investors. So why is it then that we still have a teacher shortage? How is that even possible if we keep closing schools?
It's our favorite thing to do on the Chris and Joe show, Chris. It's a math game.
Math on the radio. Okay.
Yeah. So, yes, schools and districts are closing, but the students aren't fleeing the state. So we still... I love the sound effects.
I'm
too.
tallying
Let's
this.
see what else you can come up with here.
All right, here we go.
So we still need teachers in classrooms to teach the students.
How many teachers? Good answer.
I don't know. A bunch?
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, we were going to add a bunch.
Yes.
Good.
One more.
Okay.
Now it's a bunch.
All right.
They're just not necessarily in the same districts where they were previously. So not necessarily in the public schools, but more teachers are fleeing than the students. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
So 1,000 teachers have quit since July.
Okay.
300 after the school year even began.
Okay.
Hit that like 2,000 more times.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've had a lot of teachers leave. Over 4,000 statewide in terms of vacancies. But 1,000 teachers have left. So we're not even keeping up with the number of kids who are going to the private schools, who are going to
the public schools.
I'm sorry.
To the public
No. We're not even keeping up with the students who are leaving for the private schools and the schools that are closing. So, yes, there are kids that are leaving and going to the private schools and the charters, but we still have teachers who are saying, nope, I'm out. This is not going to work for me. I'm not getting enough dough. I'm not getting enough respect around here. Put some respect on my name. How come these kids aren't behaving in class? I'm out of here.
I think that's a big one. And I think that's a big draw to being able to go to some of these other schools that don't have to play by the same rules, right? Is that, for instance, Joe, you went to Father Keister Rashad's
that was a weird name.
Industrial Park
program
for wayward boys. And while you were there, they were allowed to, the nuns were allowed to wrap your knuckles, right?
So I
can't really get away with that now, can you?
I never got whacked by the
I didn't ask if you did because I knew you were going to be like, no, I didn't. My nose was buried in somebody's butt, so I never got whacked.
Well, it was Keister school.
Yeah, that's right.
These knuckles look good.
Mother Ann, is there anything I can do for you?
No.
Can I clean your chalkboard eraser?
Sister Helen and Sister Mary Kay.
Sister Mary Kay, can I sell some of your makeup?
She was not to be messed with.
So, but they could wrap knuckles, right? I mean, they could do different things. They could do different things, right? They had more parameters. They could enforce discipline a little differently than what you can in public schools.
True, and I also will tell you that the students who go there, there is an expectation that they will not screw around that doesn't necessarily exist at public school. Which goes to your point that both the teachers have more authority in the classroom and the kids are expected to behave better in public school where it's just a free-for-all all day, or at least that's a perception.
Well, and also it is a perception, but it's a reality as well that they are allowed. Doesn't mean that every kid in public school is like this. I went to public school and look at how great I turned out.
Oh, you are just a miscreant.
That's a great point. Oh, but the fact is, if you misbehave in private school, they can expel you on a whim. Public school, it's kind of a process. You really have to basically commit a crime, right, to be expelled.
Yeah.
If it's a discipline issue, the schools have to try to deal with you, right? That's just sort of just what we say.
At least a few times, yeah.
And if you're coming from a broken family, are you more likely to go to a public school or a private school? In other words, if you don't have the parental guidance at home, I'm guessing that the parents also don't have the money to be able to send you to Father
Keister
Rashad's industrial village of license plate repair for wayward boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No. So what does that mean? That you have a higher percentage of disadvantaged children who are also likely to have behavioral issues because they come from broken families.
Sure.
Just flat out, right? They're left in the public. So now what's left with the public school is you deal with the stuff that we don't want to deal with in the private schools and the charter schools. That's it. We're going to pick and choose the kids who have money and have certain gifted and talented schools, what they used to call it when I was growing up. Did you have that, Pablo? Did they have gifted and talented programs? Did they put you in that one?
Yeah, but they would send them away like to a different
campus?
Different campus.
Yeah.
How much of this, we've glossed over the obvious too, could be solved with some teacher pay as well?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know that it's 10%. But
what percentage do you think it is, Joe? What percentage of the teachers that are leaving?
No. I was going to say, I don't know if you gave teachers a across-the-board 10% raise. I can guarantee you morale would go higher, but would it go even higher if you had 20%? But where do we come up with when we've got Governor Hobbs saying, hey, we've got to look at cuts across the board for a number of departments, which is a tease to where we're going to go at 3 o'clock today.
Yeah.
I don't know that we don't have 20% to give to Arizona's teachers.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's like $1 billion floating around somewhere. Somebody's
But
spending.
it's only for a rainy day, too.
No, but there's another $1 billion that's going to a different a fund. It's like accounts. It's $1 billion that it's this program that's costing $1 billion, and it is education based. It's going to some sort
Does
of
it empower some?
It does. It empowers. It's like $1 billion going toward empowering someone, but also you could use it to buy KitchenAid mixers and dune buggies and golf trips and
Can
family
I get some
vacations.
lingerie or dog food?
You could get lingerie too. Yes,
Dog food, maybe?
that is also
Good.
approved in this $1 billion, which otherwise could go to say public schools.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the empowerment scholarship account, the ESAs, if you're keeping score at home. At some point, it's going to fall in. And again, I've always said that the whole point of the empowerment scholarships is to undermine and get rid of the public school system. That's the plan from the beginning. How do we get the kids out of the public schools and into private so that it's not a burden on the state? And then we can also make sure that the operators are giving us our little lobbyist kickbacks and that we are giving money to the people who see things with the same worldview.
Well, and we're already up to, what, $1 billion spent on the ESA program?
Yeah, $1 billion.
So, but the problem is, and there's several, but one of the problems is you've got a number of kids in Arizona who, okay, let's say we do bankrupt Arizona public schools. What are you going to do with the poorest of the poor, the kids who have nothing? You've got to have a school for them.
So you say that.
So we're going to create a tiered system for school, too, that's worse than what already exists.
Well, you say that, and I agree with you, but I think there are a number of people that say it's not the state's problem. And they'll say, no, if you can't afford to get your kid an education, that's on you.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Whether you have a little or a lot of weight to lose, listen up. Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is having a huge holiday sale. I'm Jamie West, and now through December 12th, save $350. It's the lowest price of the year. Lose weight naturally and keep it off like I have thanks to the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss Metabolic Reset. It helps your body burn fat by restoring balance. No starving, sweating, or relying on risky shots. Give yourself the gift of a healthy, fit body and picture yourself wowing your friends and family over the holidays. And don't miss out on the lowest prices of the year only through December 12th. Even if you don't want to start until the new year, you need to lock in your discount now. Schedule your free consultation today. You can do it in person or virtually and lock in the huge discount. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and if you need to add a little luxury to your Black Friday shopping, I've got some news for you. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, invite you to experience amazing during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Like on the spacious 3-row 2026 Lexus TX SUV, crafted to a higher standard with room for everyone, luxury for all. Or check out the 2026 NX 450 Premium Plug-in Hybrid with the 304 net combined horsepower engine, giving you an estimated 84 combined miles per gallon. Yours for only $659 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. All this plus the no bull difference you expect from an Earnhardt dealership. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 12/1/25.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I say the attorneys at Berg Simpson are good lawyers changing lives? Well, they're nationally renowned trial lawyers, which means they change lives for the better by fighting in court to get families compensation for their injuries. And Berg Simpson makes it a priority to give back to their community. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives, is more than a slogan. It's who they are, and it's why I not only recommend Berg Simpson on the radio, I recommend my friends to them. Call them at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. bergsimpson.com.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get more information about how you can support Arizona families with UMOM, providing resources, direction, meals, and a place to sleep for thousands of Arizonans each year. Text the word CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
I'm Enrique Garcia. It is 3:30. Here's our top story. A powerful earthquake struck South Central Alaska this Thanksgiving morning. There is no known major damage or injuries. ABC's Alex Stone reports.
It was a 6.0 magnitude earthquake hitting 26 miles southwest of Willow, Alaska, or northwest of Anchorage. It reportedly woke people up, hitting at 8:11 a.m. local time on Thanksgiving morning, and moved items off shelves. But the National Tsunami Warning Center quickly said there was no tsunami threat, and it appears there was no major damage.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona needs to produce 60,000 additional post-secondary graduates a year to fill out our state's workforce gap. The data from the Center for the Future of Arizona shows only 19,000 out of 80,000 open jobs are filled by Arizonans. Peter Boyle says we should be producing workers to fill in the gaps with local workers instead of importing employees.
And we believe it's incredibly important to support our K-12 system and our higher education system to ensure that we're graduating more of those individuals with certifications, with degrees, to meet this in-state demand.
The Arizona Progress Meter has 49% of Arizonans currently graduating with a 2-year degree or more. To read more education solutions or stories, go to KTAR.com/education.
I'm not just cuddly. I am cosmic. I can talk, listen, tell stories, play games, and help kids learn.
A local nonprofit is warning parents about gifting their children an AI-enabled toy.
The 2025 Trouble in Toyland report by the U.S. Public Interest Research Group found some toys with built-in AI chatbots will talk about explicit topics or where a child can find knives. Program director at Not My Kid, Elena Zavalza, recommends parents play with the toy first.
Just really keeping an eye on what are some of those things that it's asking, because if AI is able to adapt and that AI on that toy is able to change and have those conversations with the kids, it could be a little risky.
The plush toys are meant to interact with your child, but there aren't always enough parental controls to prevent the toy from going rogue. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Flu season has officially begun, and that means it's time to get a flu shot. Valley Premier Care provider Michael Calvin says reported flu cases are lagging behind last year, but they're beginning to spike as of last week.
I think the rapid rise, that's expected. We see that every year. Once it hits, it starts to spread pretty rapidly.
Calvin says the number of reported cases doubled in the past week alone. Symptoms of flu include fever, body ache, sore throat, and more. Alrighty, now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Highways looking pretty clear, but our surface streets are telling a different story. 7th Street and Washington and Phoenix, there's a crash there. In Peoria, we have a crash on 71st Street and Peoria Avenue. And then lastly, Tolson, we have a crash on 91st Avenue and Latham Street. Quick look at the weather. Thursday, going to be partially cloudy, high of 77. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on KTAR's News Station.
Y-Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y-Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y-Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. It drives us to explore, pushes us to see the world differently, moves us to action. And we believe that today, wonder is more essential than ever. Wow. That's why we're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask big questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First to lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
There's a teacher in Mesa who is in trouble.
What'd he do?
Deep duty. He is in some deep duty. So the police, Joe.
The Popo.
The Popo say that a Mesa middle school teacher had to be arrested after a confrontation with a student escalated into a physical fight.
Wow.
The 14-year-old suffered minor injuries, say the police, and the teacher now faces charges while the district is investigating. Parents want answers about safety discipline and whether the schools are equipped to handle escalating tensions. Now, I think this is important because of what we just discussed with teachers leaving the profession because they can't get students under control, right? It seems to be very challenging. Discipline in public schools has been a challenge for a while. Mesa police officers went to American Leadership Academy near Power and Pecos Roads. And there was a report of a teacher who had physically assaulted a student there. So this is a charter school, by the way. This is not a public school.
No.
ALA.
And we don't have a ton of details in terms of what happened here. What we do know is teacher has a cell phone in his hands. 52-year-old teacher, correct?
Yes, but we don't know whose cell phone it was.
Right.
Okay.
So he's got a cell phone in his hand. Student approaches him, tries to get the cell phone. Teacher ends up pushing him to the ground. And then dragging him by the hoodie to the bleachers and slamming him into the bleachers.
Outstanding.
And that is the extent that we know. And then police show up, talk to teacher at his house, and end up arresting him. They say, hey, this kid was 14. What the heck are you doing? You're under arrest.
Yeah, I'm gonna reveal a little bit of my prejudice here.
Okay.
I'm gonna toss out a little prejudice on you.
Okay. Well, I mean, we lack details here, so I'm curious to see what you're going to say.
I'm gonna show you my prejudice now.
What you got?
So, Pecos and Power.
Okay.
Just a couple of miles away from that In-N-Out burger where the Gilbert Goons keep beating the hell out of people.
Oh, come on. You're not going to suggest that this kid was goonular.
He's a little goonular. I mean, we're talking. This is Santan Ranch adjacent, Santan Village adjacent.
So you're saying that just based on the fact that it's that area? I mean, what if this happened in North Phoenix or in Glendale?
Yeah, I mean, I probably have a little bias based on, I mean, if it were a kid that were in Maryville that were having issues, or South Phoenix, I go, no, I don't even know, this isn't a race thing, this is an area thing, right? And I know that you've got elitism going on in Gilbert. I know that you've got kids who are in that age, 14 to 18 years old, completely out of control, and in some cases, killing other children for sport. I just know that discipline is a real problem in Gilbert right now. This is Mesa, because technically Mesa drops down. It's the lines are goofy, but I mean we're not far from all those other shenanigans in Gilbert, and I feel like this sort of plays into the East Valley kids out of control narrative.
I can understand potentially shoving a student to the ground
if the kid is trying to steal a phone out of your hand or whatever.
That
pushing
and
him away.
Also don't know, maybe kid got in teacher's face.
Yeah.
Maybe teacher felt threatened. The part where I tend to defend the student is grabbed him by the back of the hoodie, dragging him off the basketball court before sliding him against the bleachers. That sounds excessive.
That feels like you know that famous photo of Muhammad Ali after, was it Frazier that he knocked out? You know the one I'm talking?
Sonny
It was
Liston?
Thank you. Yeah, that famous photo. He knocks out Sonny Liston, and then he stands over him, and he's kind of like, "Yeah, got you."
Mm-hmm.
It feels a little bit like maybe the teacher pushed him down, and then he was mugging. Did I use that word right? He was mugging. Okay.
The mean mugging.
He was mean mugging, and I think grabbing the hoodie and dragging him along was kind of an alpha move to establish dominance. And I that's my initial read. Now, for all I know, Joe, because we weren't there and we don't know, and the story from our partners at ABC 15 doesn't get too far into the details because there's an investigation going on. For all we know, the teacher pushed the student out of the way to avoid a light that was falling from the ceiling of the gymnasium and then dragged him by the hoodie to safety.
Well, for all
we don't know.
For all we know, this student could have threatened this teacher a week prior, or had another altercation with this teacher.
Well, that's my prejudice because I see the spoiled brats in that area, and I think, oh, he's probably another spoiled brat in East Valley.
Yeah.
But that's where my head goes.
Yeah, I see.
I could be totally wrong.
52-year-old teacher.
Probably not, but I could be.
14-year-old student. I can understand, hey, somehow kid ended up on the ground, but you really had to drag him and toss him into the bleachers.
That's the excessive part.
That feels...
Yeah, I think it was establishing dominance. I think it was, I'm tired of dealing with you, kid. I'm not messing around. And we don't know whose phone it was. So was the teacher, for instance, is it possible the teacher had confiscated the phone from the student and was going through the phone, and the student was worried about what the teacher might find?
Or maybe not even going through the phone. Maybe just said, you're not getting the phone back.
I want my phone back.
Yeah.
Right.
No, sorry. We're going to contact mom and dad. They can come and pick it up.
Now, here's where I'm a little concerned. So now you've got a kid who obviously was grabbing a phone out of a teacher's hand, misbehaving. No. Okay. The teacher overreact, but what's the message that got sent to that kid? The message that goes to that kid is that you control the narrative, that you can do as you please. If a teacher upsets you, you can do as you please to that teacher without repercussion, because if the teacher does anything in response, they're going to be arrested for assault. That's the message. Whether you agree with it or not, that's what a 14-year-old picks up on.
Sure. But then is it not incumbent upon that teacher, if that kid does end up on the ground, as opposed to dragging him into the bleachers, to leave the classroom and go and get a person who's in a position of higher authority?
Yes, of course it is.
And he didn't do that.
Yeah.
So he allowed the kid to control the narrative here. He lost his temper, and he did what he did.
Totally agree with you. I'm saying that it exacerbates the issue, and now other teachers have to deal with this kid who feels like they're king of the mountain. They can do anything they want.
Untouchable, yeah.
Exactly. And what did we just discuss in our last segment is one of the issues driving teachers away from the profession. It's the behavior of the students, the lack of discipline in the classroom. I don't know, because I don't want teachers overreacting, but I also don't know that arresting someone. Look, I had a teacher one time. I'll give it. This is my gym teacher. It was also my father's gym teacher. So it was a small town, I had your kid. Yeah, that kind of thing. So there was this kid that was, and I'm sure that this guy is either dead of a drug overdose or he's in prison for dealing.
Who was in your class?
He was in my class.
Okay.
Yeah. And so this teacher or this student had like a giant boombox. Almost like an 80s style boombox, that it was way too late into the 90s to be doing that stuff. But he did. And he was messing around, and he wouldn't turn, and the teacher said, turn that off. Turn that off. We're going to get started in class. Turn it off. And he says, make me. And the teacher said, what now? And he said, why don't you come here and make me? And the teacher said, turn it off now. I mean, this kid really pushed this teacher, and the teacher really gave him an opportunity not to get his ass whooped. But he didn't take him up on that opportunity. And the teacher eventually grabbed this kid by the hoodie. Now he was standing up. And he said, oh, I'm going to make you, right? And he grabs him. I'll never forget. He hit his chest hard as he grabbed his shirt. Bam! And he dragged that kid. I mean, as he's dragging the kid, there's desks and tables being pushed around by the kid who did not expect the teacher would do it.
Kid said, make me.
And he dragged him on down to the principal's office, and we were all left going, what just happened? What in the world just happened?
No.
Today, that teacher would have been arrested.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Message and data rates may apply.
Imagine a moment your child's health is uncertain. For Cassidy's family, that moment came at birth when she was diagnosed with brittle bone disease.
When Cassidy was born with brittle bone disease, we struggled to find the expert care she needed.
Cassidy's fragile beginnings became an unbreakable spirit at Phoenix Children's. Create life-changing moments today. Give now, and thanks to Cornerstone Staffing, your gift will be matched. Text GIVE to 620-620 and donate today because every moment counts.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News presents Silent Witness, where it pays to fight crime. Here's Jamie West.
Obviously, this person is armed and dangerous.
Late Sunday night, June 5th, 2016, a teenage cashier is working behind the counter at the Arco at 23rd Avenue and Indian School. Phoenix Police Sergeant Jamie Rothschild.
Suspect comes in and shows a gun and tells the clerk to give all the money from the register. And the suspect filled a black plastic bag with that money before leaving.
Sergeant Rothschild says the cashier did exactly the right thing.
We always want the clerks to be as safe as possible, and we never want anyone to get hurt over property.
The cashier wasn't hurt, but
when they're simply just trying to do their job and somebody comes in and points a weapon at them and threatens their life, that can be a pretty traumatic thing.
Next, the attempted kidnapping of a 9-year-old girl.
Unbelievably scary for the child.
On Thursday, December 15th, 2016, just before 2 in the afternoon, the girl was near the clubhouse of her mobile home park near 67th Avenue and Van Buren when a man approached.
The suspect told her she couldn't leave while he grabbed her by the waist and covered her mouth. Fortunately, in this case, the girl was able to get away from the suspect and run away, but we need the community to let us know who did this.
And Sergeant Rothschild says you would know this guy if you saw him.
The Hispanic male with curly dark hair. He was wearing a green t-shirt and brown pants.
He had a very distinctive vertical scar on the left side of his face, going from just below his hairline over the corner of his eye to about the bottom of his left ear. Find the links with pictures and details from both of these cases at KTAR.com. Click menu, scroll down to blogs and silent witness. I'm Jamie West, KTAR News.
If you have information about a felony crime and wish to remain anonymous, contact Silent Witness at 480-WITNESS or silentwitness.org. With rewards up to $1,000, it pays to fight crime. Call 480-WITNESS, 480-WITNESS, or silentwitness.org.
Hey, it's Eli Winders. Just a reminder, if you're feeling low, you're not alone. Life can get tough and we all need a hand sometimes. Don't be afraid to talk to someone, even if it's just to get things off your chest. You have to take care of yourself so you can take care of business. Remember, there's no shame in asking for help. You've got people who care about you. Reach out if you need to and check in on those you care about too. We're all in this together. This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
November is National Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Lung cancer is a leading cause of death in the United States. Smoking is a major cause of lung cancer, but even if you have never smoked, you can still be at risk. Black Americans are especially at risk for lung cancer and have a greater chance of dying from it. Research shows that early detection with CT screening can lower the risk of lung cancer death in some people, based on their age, general health, and smoking history. For more information, visit radiologyinfo.org.
November is National Diabetes Awareness Month, and Breakthrough T1D is leading the fight against type 1 diabetes, or T1D. It's an autoimmune condition causing the pancreas to stop producing insulin. T1D is often misunderstood. You can be diagnosed at any age and impacts nearly 9 million people globally. The onset has nothing to do with diet or lifestyle, and currently there is no cure. Give today at breakthrough-t1d.org. That's breakthrough-t1d.org to help create a world without T1D.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
To me, huh?
Indeed, sir.
Chris, this volley just a tad graphic. A woman in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Heard of it?
Oh, yeah. Great KFC.
She was waiting for a shipment of medicine and medical supplies. When it finally arrived, she ripped the box open and found that it was filled with human arms and fingers instead.
Ew!
What's the worst thing you've ever received in the mail, Chris?
Actually, a torso and and a hand without fingers. It was very bizarre. I don't know what happened to the rest of my order. It was very weird.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What have I received in the mail? Okay, well, I had a buddy that lost a bet and sent me some. He was supposed to send me some beer. He lived in Texas.
Okay.
And so he was supposed to send me some Shinerbach. And I don't know how you ship beer, but he just wrapped up 6 beer bottles in bubble wrap and threw it in a box and sent it. 4 of them made it. And I feel bad because the Postal Service, at some point, the box was just a total mess. And the Postal Service retaped it and tried to put it in a giant plastic bag so it would stop leaking, I guess. Yeah, it was really bizarre. So that was no fun. Otherwise, I don't have anything that, the story itself is way better than anything I could come up with. Worst thing I've ever received in the mail. No, my wife's never tried to leave me, so I haven't had divorce papers in the mail.
That's good.
Yet. The key is not to give your wife your address.
That's
worst thing to receive in the mail.
Well, your other address, right?
Bills, I guess. Yeah, bills are the worst thing to get in the mail.
Okay.
Live plants, also fish.
Oh, you got a fish in the mail.
Remember when you were a kid, you used to have the brine shrimp? Did you? Obviously, your parents didn't. I know that.
Buddy.
No.
You didn't have that? The little brine shrimp?
Came in the mail?
Brine shrimp?
Yeah, you'd order it. It was almost like this weird seed thing that you would just have.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Becky Lynn, did you ever have the brine shrimp? You or your kids ever do the brine shrimp in the mail?
I'm sorry, the brine shrimp?
Brine shrimp in the mail? Did you have that? Yeah, hang on. Am I thinking of something different?
I don't know what he's talking about, Becky Lynn. He's just making up things.
Aren't those the little
Are you
tiny...
talking about sea monkeys?
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Sea monkeys.
Yeah.
And they would mail them to you?
Yeah, they would mail them to you. And you could wear them in a necklace.
Aye.
You could wear them around your neck in a little necklace.
Sea monkeys is a marketing term for brine shrimp.
You guys suck.
Okay, Timmy.
I always wanted the sea monkeys.
Yeah.
I did.
What about the brine shrimp?
I didn't know that's what they were. I thought they were... It was very false advertising, just let me say.
Yeah, because they turned out to be like tiny microscopic things. You're supposed to put them in water, and then they're supposed to grow, and you're supposed to have a farm of shrimp or something.
But the ad showed them as like little animals with smiling faces, like you would little pets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
No, they are not.
No. Just crap in an aquarium. That's it. Yeah. What about you?
Worst thing I've gotten in the mail?
Yeah.
Bills.
Yeah. Pablo, you ever get anything fun in the mail? Fingers?
No.
Toes?
The worst thing I've gotten is I ordered some Roundup through the mail one time, and I ordered 2 of the concentrates, the weed killer. One of them busted in the bag.
Oh.
What happens when that goes on?
There's a trail of destruction to his door.
What?
Yeah.
Trail of destruction.
From the shipping warehouse all the way to Pablo's door. It's just dead grass.
I think I've become part of a class lawsuit.
That's true. There you go.
To you.
All right. Phoenix just fell off the world's best cities list, and we'll talk more about this story tomorrow. They're losing a spot to places like Madrid and Tokyo. City leaders shrugged. They said rankings don't really define the valley's appeal. Joe, when you are put in charge of important things, what is the most important metric that you would use to weigh the best city in the world?
The best city. Attraction.
How many football stadiums do they have?
Attractions.
Like?
Oh, Vegas has just endless shows to check out. How many Cirque du Soleils you got? I mean, it usually comes to Phoenix like once a year. But no, in all seriousness.
How many CD clubs do they have? Does that count too?
CD clubs. Oh, that's not a draw, Chris. No.
You're just to Vegas. I hear they have buses that take you there and everything.
Oof.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I've had girls on the Las Vegas Strip that have invited me to join them for a party later in the evening.
Those girls who do
you have.
smack with the pamphlet thing?
Yeah, they hand out pamphlets and they say, you should join me for a party hunt.
No, don't take one of those. No, bad. So, man, all seriousness, wow. What is it? I mean, see, they're going to have some lousy metric like parks or something like that.
I didn't ask what theirs was.
Yeah.
I said when you are in charge.
But I'm trying to think.
You pay attention to the question.
Timmy, I'm going to treat you like that 52-year-old did to that 14-year-old.
You're a bad listener.
If you don't watch it over
That's
there.
a callback from an hour ago. It's a totally different audience. They don't get your reference.
Too bad, Timmy. Sit down and shut up. I don't know, other than, attractions.
Okay.
Hockey teams, obviously. We got rid of ours.
Yeah.
That's why we're not on the list anymore.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think that actually has something to do with it.
I do, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, lack of ice in the valley.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Stuttgart was on there, and I don't think they're a major sport town, but that's fine.
This guy says lack of ice. There's been more ice in the valley than I've seen since the Coyotes have left. So, golly, I don't know what you're talking about.
Good, Pablo. You like that?
Joe, come on.
Zip it, Timmy. I hate Timmy.
He's right, though. It's got to be like attractions for me.
Like attractions.
But I'm also at the point in my life, I'm in my late 40s, like national parks with no people around or a big park where I can just go and be by myself.
Very appealing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
But the valley doesn't have a lot of that.
Yes, you do. Papago Park, you can hike.
You said national
South
parks.
Mountain, sorry. A park.
He said like that.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
National parks, like the valley doesn't have national parks.
He said, the older I get, the more I like to go to places like national parks where I can get away from people. And you're like, I mean, national parks. We don't do that.
Timmy doesn't have a comment on that one? Timmy hurt himself, didn't he?
Pablo, come get your hose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The Suns' Jalen Green poured in 29 points in his season debut the other night in a win over the Clippers. Alas, Green re-injured his hamstring in his second game of the season after scoring 2 points for the Suns. Green, who'd injured his hammy in the preseason, a lot of hammy injuries here, missed their first 8 games. He aggravated the injury during the Suns' preseason trip to China. Chris, what's the worst injury you suffered in your life?
Sports injury or traumatic injury?
Just worst injury you suffered in your life.
Well, I had my colon gave up on me. That was no fun. I'd call that an injury.
Pretty lousy.
Or sports injury, I did pull a hamstring one time, and that was probably my worst. Well, I tore a labrum, too.
That sounds dirty.
No,
how's your vocal cords doing today?
Hurting.
Uh-huh.
I tore a labrum in my shoulder that actually still bothers me right now.
The best of the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Oh, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of it.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax due at sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Friends and family are often the first to notice when a veteran needs help. In those moments, life can feel like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. Or like they are caught in a storm they can't escape. And the metaphors veterans often use for the challenges of life are not exaggerations.
I got you.
Extending a helping hand doesn't have to be just another metaphor. Learn how you can support the veteran in your life at MakeTheConnection.net.
KTAR News, Arizona's news station. Traffic, weather, breaking news when it happens. World news, national news, local news. KTAR News, 92.3. The KTAR News app, KTAR.com.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News shines our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and their support of the Sojourner Center. This year marks the 9th annual Trajan Wealth Charity Drive, benefiting the Sojourner Center, a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence in Arizona since 1977. Since its founding, the Sojourner Center has helped tens of thousands of adults and children in the valley. During the charity drive, you're encouraged to donate a new unwrapped toy or a clothing item. A wish list can be found at TrajanWealth.com/blog. KTAR News is proud to shine our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and the Sojourner Center. Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now, Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. 2 National Guard troops from West Virginia remain in critical condition after being shot in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Federal authorities say the suspect, Ramanallah Lakanwal, is an Afghan national who worked with the U.S. until the Taliban took over.
Lakanwal, according to sources, worked with what was called Zero Unit, which was a unit of Afghans that worked closely with the CIA and the Joint Special Operations Command, U.S. Special Forces. They went after counterterrorism targets in Afghanistan. He was, as being a part of this unit, highly trained.
After the U.S. and Ukraine reached an agreement on a tentative peace proposal, the U.S. Special Envoy heads to Moscow next week to present the pared-down peace plan to Russia's president. ABC's Patrick Reevell says it could be a difficult sell.
Vladimir Putin made a series of belligerent statements that gave no indication that he is willing to compromise as President Trump seeks to negotiate a peace plan. Putin told reporters it was pointless to sign any agreements with Ukraine's current leadership, suggesting President Zelensky is illegitimate. He also said Russia will not stop fighting until Ukrainian troops withdraw from the territory that he now claims. Patrick Reevell, ABC News, Dnipro, Ukraine.
On this Thanksgiving, those who survived a Michigan nursing home fire are giving thanks to the first responders who helped save their lives.
Weeks after a fire destroyed the American House Senior Living Facility in Southgate, Michigan, Marilyn Young says she's so grateful.
Thank God we're alive.
She and her husband, Roland, were woken by the fire alarm, and then a firefighter broke down their door.
And then they just grabbed us, and I said, I got to get these. You don't got to get nothing. He says, let's go.
Fire Lieutenant Mark Hunt, who attended a pre-Thanksgiving lunch with the residents, says normally firefighters don't get to see what happens after fires.
It's nice to know that your hard work pays off.
And for that, he's grateful.
ABC Sherry Preston. You're listening to ABC News.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:02. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. The city of Scottsdale is trying to make it easier for residents to ask for help.
The Constituent Services Team is a newly launched effort that combines the existing request portal, Scottsdale EZ, the city call center, and a new team of constituent liaisons. Assistant to the Scottsdale City Manager Will Brooks says the goal is to make requests to the city as easy to navigate as possible for residents.
This initiative of constituent services is really bringing together functions that we already have and then just trying to level up that customer service even more.
Brooks says the liaison advisors have helped with over 400 resident cases since May, and he hopes they can improve the accuracy of case resolutions. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
It's almost too common for political warfare to break out at the Thanksgiving table, something we wish we could all avoid. But how? ABC's Jim Ryan joined Arizona's Morning News to explain how we can prevent the political discussion from ruining our meal.
Maybe send out a group text if you're hosting and say, bring a side dish, but leave your politics at home. Or maybe put a cardboard box outside the front door with a little sign that says, leave your politics here in the box, then come on in and enjoy yourself.
Ryan added that humor is often the safest way to disarm any potential conflict ahead of the holidays. It's giving season once again, and the City of Phoenix is reminding residents to give responsibly. Scott Hall, the Deputy Director of the City of Phoenix Office Home of Homeless Solutions, he says, when you give money or food directly to people experiencing homelessness, instead of established charity groups, you may be hurting more than helping.
When you give on the street in that one meal, one time, you might be keeping that person in that situation instead of them coming in to a situation where we could provide services and help them on the path of ending their homelessness.
Hall says you would be better donating to groups that work to provide people with housing or other resources. Do you want to celebrate wine without driving without getting a DUI? Now you can. The Verde Valley Wine Trail is announcing a new specialty license plate now available for purchase at the DMV. The nonprofit says proceeds will go to helping Arizona winners. A plate will set you back $25 with an annual $25 renewal fee. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Mesa, we have a crash on the block on the exit ramp. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Dobson Road. Mesa, guardrail damage spotted on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near the I-10 Maricopa Freeway transition. Lastly, Phoenix, crash block on the on-ramp. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 75th Avenue. Phoenix again with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Looking at the weather right now, Thursday, partially cloudy, high of 77. Black Friday, mostly sunny, high of 76. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
This is a special presentation from ABC News Radio. Gadgets, gears, and grub. I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky. Sherry, we're going to cover a lot of ground this hour as we dig into many of the topics that feed our curiosity, drive our day, and make us think.
And Mike, since this is also the start of the holiday season, you can bet we'll also spend a fair amount of time thinking about food. We got a lot of turkeys in this show. We have turkeys dropped from planes. We have people in Central Park talking about how they like turkeys.
So we've got plenty of time to get to the turkeys, is what it sounds like, which means that we're actually going to start in a completely different space. Sherry, how do you like your hot dogs?
Hot dog has to be mustard and relish, and if it's a Chicago dog, then it's got to have the tomato. Give me the whole full garden on there.
The pickle.
And the poppy seed bun and everything else.
Totally with you on that, Sherry. As a person who visited Chicago earlier this year, I am a total convert to the Chicago dog.
The Chicago-style hot dogs are in a class by themselves, I will say that. However, there is a place in northern New Jersey that you may or may not have heard of, but it's very popular, and what makes them special is that their hot dogs are deep fried. Along the Passaic River, just off busy Route 21 in Clifton, New Jersey, about 10 miles outside of New York City, there's a restaurant that's been there for almost 100 years. And aside from a couple of lunch promotions in the newspaper during the Great Depression, it has never paid for advertising. It doesn't need to. A simple internet search will land you dozens and dozens and dozens of reviews, videos, TV shows, articles, and food blogs about Rutt's Hut, one of the most iconic restaurants in North Jersey and perhaps the entire country.
My name is Bill Christofinas, and I'm a family member of the establishment.
My dad and my uncles bought it from the original owner in 1974 from Abe Rutt. It's only changed hands one time. It's the previous ownership and the current ownership.
And that was the Rutt.
Abe Rutt, yep, that's where the name Rutt's Hut comes from.
Abe Rutt and his wife Anna opened Rutt's Hut as a roadside stand back in 1928. They had a lot of things on the menu, they still do today, but what they became known for, and still are today, they're deep-fried hot dogs, available one of several ways. There's the In-N-Out, just barely a hot dog, more like bologna.
In-N-Out is like as soon as you drop it into the oil, it comes up. It's the least amount cooked.
At the other end of the spectrum, there's the cremator.
Versus the other extreme, which is a cremator, which is petrified, it's as hard as the counter, and I hit the counter like that so they know what they're biting into.
When first-timers order that one, Bill lets them know it's not for everybody.
There's certain people that get the cremator. If you like it, work your way up to that level.
The classic Rutt's Hut dog, however, is the Ripper, the name coming from the way the hot dog casing splits or rips open when you put it in the hot oil. And no matter how many times you've seen this place on TV or on YouTube, Bill says, kids, don't try this one at home.
These dogs are specifically made to be deep fried. You cannot, like a hot dog that you're going to buy at the supermarket, it's made to be boiled or grilled. Like, so people that see this again on the show, you know, they see it, they'll call from different parts of the country and be like, hey, I just saw your show, blah, blah, blah. We're trying to do that. Those dogs will they'll never be like ours. It's going to come out black as can be because it's not made for that.
Line these three dogs up, side by side, the In-N-Out, the Ripper, and the Cremator, and not a one of them would be the same without something else that makes these dogs sing.
What's the difference between Rutt's Hut and everybody else? Is the homemade relish. Nobody has that. The relish is what separates us. Besides the deep frying, the relish it's uniquely a Rutt's Hut thing.
There's a very old newspaper clipping out there claiming to be from Ann Rutt, the original recipe for the relish. It includes cabbage, onions, carrots, green pepper, celery seed, vinegar, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But for now, let's just leave it at it works. Boy, does it work. Rutt's Hut is divided into two sections, the hot dog counter, where there are no seats, only standing counters, and a restaurant next door with a full bar. On a recent Tuesday over the lunch hour, both were packed. How long have you been coming to Rutt's Hut?
35 years.
What is it that brings you back every time?
The Ripper. And Pete.
Hold on, 2x2 on Frenchy gravy.
That's Pete. He's behind the bar serving up birch beer and PBR regular beer and taking orders along the way.
I love the food here. The food here is excellent. Not just the hot dogs either. You got a lot of good stuff here. Gyro sandwich, you're not going to get a better one. Sliced steak sandwich, fantastic. With our jus on the side, you get it with fried onions and cheese. We have best egg salad you'll ever eat is here, made to order. So when he beats it, when I order it and I bring it, you eat it, you know he just made it.
Carol is the waitress who took our order.
I love this place. There's always fun, old people that have come for years, and then we have newbies who've never been here. People travel from all over just to come here and have a Rutt's Hut hot dog. The onion rings are phenomenal, and I really, really like their triple-decker sandwiches. And the chicken in the basket's really good.
She was even excited to tell us about the most exotic thing on the menu.
We have duck on the menu, and people come in and order duck. It's a half a duck, and we get at least 2 or 3 people a day coming in ordering duck.
Back over on the hot dog stand side, it's a little quieter, but the loyalty runs just as deep. And over here, no offense to the roast duck, it's all about the Rippers.
It must be the oil that they use. I don't know, but the flavor of their dogs is very good. They're cooked really well. They're torn open a little bit. Their relish is great. It's a unique relish.
And this is my first time, very first time. It's gone. It's history. It was delicious, and first and second bite were great, and the rest of the bites were even better. So,
what was your first memory of Rutt's Hut?
Well, it's actually being at my great aunt's house in Clifton and having them say, "Oh, we're going to go get Rutt's Hut for dinner," and they'd bring it back to the house.
The hot dogs are delicious.
Now I noticed you got ketchup on your hot dog. That's a little controversial.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, I'm not too big on mustard. I know a lot of people eat with mustard, but I'm a ketchup guy.
When it comes to Thanksgiving, family owner Bill Chrysofinas says they used to open the restaurant doors just to family and celebrate inside that way. Now there are too many of them, so it's one of only 4 days out of the year that they're closed. Standing behind the counter as hot dogs are dipped into hot oil to come out as an In-N-Out, a Cremator, or a classic Ripper, Bill says he can't think of a better life's work than this.
Abe Rutt started all of this, and we've kept it the same way. We didn't alter anything. You know, when our dads bought this place, they had to work with Abe Rutt to learn the system, and we've kept the system as it is. The way you see it is the way it's been running for 97 years now, yeah.
Rutt's Hut was actually one of the first restaurants I went to when I moved to New Jersey more than 20 years ago. And I just learned that Abe Rutt's grave isn't far away from the restaurant he founded back in 1928. Maybe I'll make that my next stop, just to say thanks.
Thanks, Sherry. Only one segment into the show, and I'm already hungry.
Yeah, those hot dogs are as delicious as they sound. A ripper. I'm telling you, you will never forget it once you've had it. Okay, coming up, we're going to tell you about a very special anniversary for Americana. Lots more to come. Stay with us.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota,
Let's go places.
Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is having a huge holiday sale now through December 12th with $350 off. Our lowest prices of the year. If you're ready to lose weight naturally and keep it off, our Metabolic Reset helps your body burn fat by restoring balance to your metabolism, not by starving, sweating, or relying on risky injections. This is the perfect time to invest in your health and start feeling great again. Don't miss out on our lowest prices of the year only through December 12th. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays, but you need to lock in your discount now. Schedule your free consultation today at PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds and I'm keeping it off with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Get ready to wow your friends and family over the holidays. Schedule your free consultation today and lock in the huge discount. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run. Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store at Kohls.com for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're listening to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub from ABC News Radio. I'm Mike Dubusky.
And I'm Sherry Preston. America is about to celebrate the anniversary of something that is truly a part of Americana. It was born out of Americans' love to travel and be free and get a good night's rest.
Sherry, we talked about a hot dog spot that's 100 years old. Now, 100 years ago this December, the first motel in the world opened along the central coast of California. And that's where we find ABC's Alex Stone.
Travel with me for a moment back to 1925, when the Ford Model T was the king of the road. Almost 10,000 of them were being produced every day that year, at the time costing under $300 to buy one. This was the most popular music on the radio, but car radios weren't really even a thing yet in the United States. Also not yet a thing, a staple that lines every highway exit in 2025. The motel.
Hi, Tom Bodette from Motel 6 with some insight for the traveler.
Motels would later become part of the landscape of America.
We'll leave the light on for you.
Who's that coming down the street? Who's that looking so petite?
Until 1925, as Americans were hitting the roads and exploring, nobody had yet come up with a concept of a hotel designed for motorists. But it was here, in the then small town of San Luis Obispo, California, where that would change. As I learned, even today, history is right off the freeway. All right, I'm getting off of Highway 101, which was not here in 1925, and as I pull off onto Monterey Street, I can already see the sign right here. This is history in front of me. It's a giant sign over this street. It says Motel Inn, Restaurant and Lounge. The L is missing from the sign. It seems long gone through weather and age. Weeds coming up through it. There's a chain-linked fence blocking me from moving forward, but through this chain-link fence, I can see the world's first motel. There's not much left. What looks like was probably the lobby with a big bell tower, Spanish design, the tile roof on the top. This was the world's first motel. It was high-tech. It was the new thing 100 years ago. 100 years later, it's deteriorating. But to think what this was 100 years ago.
Well, it's a beautiful building, what remains of it. A lot of it was torn down in 2006, and it closed in 1991, but it's an old, Spanish mission-style motel.
That's Steve Schmidt, the executive director of the History Center of San Luis Obispo County. Here in this town, now of about 50,000, sits the world's first motel, or motor hotel. The concept was by two brothers, Arthur and Alfred Heinemann, in 1925, two well-known architects from Pasadena. Their idea was to create a hotel designed for motorists with easy parking and quick in and out, different from the big opulent hotels of the era.
As the world's first motel, because San Luis Obispo is basically halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. So in 1925, when people were using Model A's and Model T's to take trips, the speed of the cars weren't very fast. The conditions of the roads weren't like they are today with the Interstate Highway Act. And so getting from LA to San Francisco took 2 days, this being the halfway spot.
And so it was here where the motel was born. Most drivers before the motel could not afford to stay at a fancy hotel, or they weren't dressed appropriately while driving and would instead end up camping or sleeping in their cars. This changed all of that. They could get a comfortable, clean room for a low price, and they could park right out front.
In 1925, this was considered luxurious, very much in vogue for people traveling to spend a night in the city of the Bishop.
That desire for Americans to travel has roots back to 1916, when President Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Aid Road Act, and then the Highway Act of 1921, and the Federal Highway Act of 1956, all creating a national highway system we know today, allowing Americans to easily drive around the country.
This is the office where you would register as you drove in.
Meet Dr. Dan Krieger. He's an icon in California history. He's a professor emeritus from California Polytechnic State University. He taught at Cal Poly for over 40 years. He and his wife stayed at the Motel Inn numerous times.
It had a nice reception area, a very luxurious reception area. And then the building beyond it was a combination restaurant, meeting center for various community groups and such. There was no bar, of course, in 1925 because it was prohibition.
But there was, he points out, a speakeasy just down the road that did the trick for those who wanted a drink.
Best memory of the Motel Inn is the swimming pool that was in back of it and the different units of the motel. I think they could house 126 people at $1.25 a night originally.
You heard that right, $1.25 a night. That provided a comfortable bed, a shower, and electricity, and each guest got a very California gift.
One of my favorite things is each bungalow leads to like a beautiful fragrance of orange blossoms. You were allowed to pick one orange.
Into the 1930s, a Motel Inn was hugely popular. The Heinemann brothers wanted to make it a chain up and down California. Competitors would, over time, figure out how to do that across the country. The lack of supplies and reinvestment coming out of World War II and just time and competition would take a toll on the Motel Inn. Dr. Krieger says it was clear the motel was fading even in the 1970s, long before it closed.
And so it left World War II in a fairly bad state. And I remember the carpets, even when I was staying there, had gotten very thin. And my father said, Danny, you never want to put a permanent carpet on the floor because you don't know what's growing under it. And I think that was one of the reasons that chased people away from here.
But the Motel Inn left its mark. It created a piece of Americana, duplicated over and over around the world into the 1940s and 50s with bright fluorescent signs to get the attention of drivers passing by. The image, though, of a motel in the U.S. would change over the years as some motels became run down and cheap to stay in. Others, though, continued thriving. Fast forward 100 years from that first motel to 2025. Now I'm in Eagle Rock, California, outside of the Welcome Inn, one of the many historic roadside budget motels going strong so many years later. Ray Patel is the owner of the Welcome Inn along what was Route 66 at one point.
This is our typical room. This is a room with a king bed.
Along a busy street outside of downtown L.A., Ray's Motel dates back to 1949 as a travel lodge, since renovated numerous times and still drawing in customers.
A motel in 2025 can have the same amenities as an upper-tier branded Marriott product, like a Courtyard. So you walk into a room, they'll have the same furniture because they have access to the same vendors now, same flooring, same appliances.
And the idea is the same as it was 100 years ago. Travelers are looking for an affordable, comfortable, safe room and a place to easily park their car.
We get folks that come here for the Rose Parade. From out of the country or out of state. If the Dodgers are in town, someone from San Francisco will stay with us to go watch the Dodger game. You know?
Oh, and a pool can be important as well.
Oh, it's very important. It's what we call an amenity, and many travelers may not think about it when they stay in a motel, but then they go, wow, there's a pool. Let's go ahead and relax in the pool there, lounge under there, dip our feet in there, or take a swim.
Wi-Fi, a comfortable bed, a clean, nice property, all of that matters, but the biggest factor in 2025, he says, is price and convenience. That's how it's always been for motels.
The price is within people's budgets. We're not charging $1,000. We're not charging $500. And because of those lower budget rates, people are willing to stay with us.
He says the one thing that does not matter that did even a few years ago, the size of the TV in a motel room, because a lot of people aren't turning on TVs any longer.
Not so long ago, travelers were concerned about the TV. Now, nobody really cares about a TV in a
as long as the Wi-Fi is working, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
A lot of locals stay at the Welcome Inn from time to time as well, getting away for the weekend, or they have family staying at their house. But for Ray Patel, the Welcome Inn is about being part of the community and the charm of a motel.
I think that the charm of a motel is when you check in, you're actually checking in and seeing the proprietor of the establishment.
You're here.
You're here, yeah, exactly. And the response is rapid because, your family members are right here to take care of your needs.
That charm that was behind the first motel. A few hours back up the freeway in San Luis Obispo, there are plans for the current owner of the land where the original Motel Inn stood to rebuild. Dr. Krieger and Steve Schmidt say if it is rebuilt, they hope it pays homage to what was created there, including keeping the original bell tower that's still standing.
If this tower remains, it will be a marker for people to say, hey, once upon a time, this was the very first motel.
Like Dr. Krieger said, I hope the bell tower still stands and the weather vane and everything that makes it look classically mission style.
In San Luis Obispo, California, I'm Alex Stone, ABC News.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story.
Eyes on education.
Arizona's workforce is growing, but our education system may not be pushing out enough workers to fill our open jobs.
According to the Center for the Future of Arizona, our state has around 82,000 job openings every year that require an associate's degree or higher. However, Arizona is only filling 19,000 of those spots. Peter Boyle explains that's a gap we need to fill so we can stop importing workers.
To truly ensure that we are meeting the needs of our high tech, of our advanced manufacturing, of our healthcare jobs, we are going to need to increase the number of Arizonans who are graduating each year.
The Arizona Progress Meter has 49% of Arizonans currently graduating with a 2-year degree or more. The goal is to get that to 60%.
Solutions and stories, go to KTAR.com/education. Studies link mental health disorders and developing dementia. Director of Alzheimer's and Memory Disorders Program at Burrow Neurological Institute, Anna Burke, says it's important to find a qualified physician to help treat mental health disorders.
Treating this is not only going to involve treatment with medications like antidepressants, but oftentimes it does require modification of lifestyle, healthy diet, exercise.
Burke says chronic inflammation, high levels of stress, hormones, and vascular issues are common symptoms for mental health issues that can lead to increased risk of cognitive impairment. The city of Scottsdale has launched its Constitute service team to make it easier for residents to place a request within the city. The new effort combines existing resources with the new Constitute Lacen team aiming to connect with residents with the right resources for their problems. The city says 90% of the cases of the team has been handled and been resolved within 2 weeks. Alrighty, and now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Looking in Mesa, we have guardrail damage on the US 60 Superstition Freeway near the I-10 Maricopa Freeway, kind of like transition ramp. Phoenix, we have a crash blocking the on-ramp on the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 75th Avenue, and Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder on the I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Looking at our weather Thursday today, Thanksgiving, partially cloudy with a high of 77. Friday, Black Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 76, and Saturday, mostly sunny with a high of 74. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. Yep, they did what we did at Casa Calvisi recently, got a brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I can't tell you, by the way, just how much cheaper our summer AC bills have been, 30 to 40%. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? I mean, it's been many months, right? Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $79. Only $79 to make sure, think about it, that your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $79 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC heating and plumbing appointments 24/7 at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 4 decades and how that difference really is. Day and night at dayandnightair.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look lip, please. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last. This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-666-9943 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-666-9943 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
KTAR News, Arizona's news station. Traffic, weather, breaking news when it happens. World news, national news, local news. KTAR News, 92.3. The KTAR News app, KTAR.com.
Welcome back to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub from ABC News Radio. I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky. So, Sherry, we already took a look at some grub. We got the gears a-turning with the history of motels. And if we're talking about gadgets, we have to talk about artificial intelligence. Teenagers have turned to things like late-night phone calls, journals, even song lyrics to feel seen and to feel understood. But increasingly, they're turning to AI chatbots in order to feel heard and to open up and have these conversations.
Exactly. Those chatbots listen all night. They never interrupt. They never judge. They always have an answer. ABC News parenting reporter Bethany Braun Silva is a mom of 2 boys, one of them a teenager, and she's been digging into why AI feels so safe to teens and talking to experts about what parents should be doing right now before this behavior becomes invisible.
You know, Sherry and Mike, I've been thinking. For teens, the appeal is obvious. A chatbot never rolls its eyes, never says you're being dramatic, and it doesn't go to sleep at midnight. For an anxious or lonely teen, that kind of availability can feel like safety.
Teenagers are naturally curious.
And psychologist, parenting coach, and founder of the Parenting Teens Academy. The most common sentence she hears from kids: no one understands me, no one gets me, I feel alone.
So they have a lot of questions about what's going on in the world and what's going on with themselves. AI gives them direct answers. And I don't know if you've used AI, I have, and I joke that it's now my best friend because it's very flattering. So it feeds that sense and need for affirmation.
That affirmation, she says, can be risky, especially for teens who are still learning boundaries.
We see this with social media. We see this with messaging. We've seen this in the past with video games. But there's always going to be something that creates a lot of danger when we use it inappropriately. And so the most important thing when it comes to things like AI is education. So instead of going, oh, mom and dad told me not to use it, they go, oh, mom and dad can't find out I'm using it. And when that happens, we do not have the ability to teach them how to use it appropriately.
And she says when teens rely on AI for comfort, it's a signal, not about the technology, but about connection.
So if they are resorting to AI, that is because that is the only thing they feel safe talking to. That is something I need to address.
Dr. Cam says parents can start rebuilding that trust by listening instead of fixing and by regulating their own emotions first.
Because that part of the brain that controls our emotions, that emotional regulation, the critical thinking, the problem solving, all of those are still developing. And they need to be able to have time to practice those skills.
She also believes that AI can play a limited but useful role as long as parents set boundaries and perspective.
I think AI can help us answer a lot of questions. This is not a human. It does not have empathy. We have to make sure our kids understand. And above all, the one thing, no matter what the next generation of technology is going to be, and we know it's going to keep building, is that our connection and relationship with our teen and our ability for them to trust and respect us, which creates a sense of we can influence and help them. That is their biggest protection against anything out there.
But what about the medical perspective? The real health impacts and warning signs? To get that side, I spoke with Dr. Alok Patel, a pediatrician at Stanford Children's Health. He's also a medical correspondent at ABC News and a dad to a 4-year-old girl. He told me what worries him most isn't just what kids see online, it's what they stop seeing in real life.
They learn resilience from real human interactions, from humans who are going to push back and challenge you and tease you and say, no, I don't want to play that game. I want to play this game. And then children learn how to coexist in the real world, because that is actually what happens. That is conflict resolution.
Dr. Patel says that's where the danger lies, in what experts call sycophantic AI, systems that mirror back everything a user says. For a teen wrestling with dark or impulsive thoughts, that can spiral fast.
They're talking to this machine that is agreeing with everything they say. There's a certain age in children where children have trouble differentiating between fact and fiction. And they can't always tell that a chatbot isn't a real person. And this is actually one of the more concerning things we're seeing is when young children forget that chatbot AI is just a machine. It's just something that's there as a non-human counterpart. And they actually believe like, oh my gosh, this is real. These thoughts are real. So I think there's no replacement for real human interaction.
So what should parents do if they see or hear something concerning on their teen's phone?
It doesn't matter if it's a chatbot, if it's a journal, if it's a friend. If parents are concerned that their children are struggling with mental health or exhibiting harmful behavior, wanting to hurt themselves, hurt someone else, anything like that, it's so incredibly important to reach out and get help. If you have a relationship where you can talk to your child, that's amazing. Many people don't feel like they can talk to their teen or their adolescent, and that's reality. And we would still want those parents to reach out to a therapist, a counselor, a trusted friend, their pediatrician, anyone to say, hey, I'm worried about my child. What are some tools?
Dr. Patel says the early warning signs aren't subtle. Withdrawal, loss of interest in hobbies, staying up late on devices, failing grades, or irritability. And he adds modeling matters.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen parents be great when it comes to regulating media and device use in their children, but they're sitting there on a phone swiping during dinner time and not actually talking and interacting with their kids. And you're not setting a good example. You're not setting your kid up to think like, oh yeah, human interaction is important. Boredom is important. Figuring out how to have your own fun, your own creativity. These are also extremely important tools for brain development.
And his final message really hits home for me.
It does feel like we are careening towards an experiment and we don't know the long-term outcome. It does feel like this entire generation of children are on this path with AI and with devices, and we don't know when the endpoint really is. There are no longitudinal long-term studies, and nothing replaces good old-fashioned human interaction. But I encourage all parents to do what you can to interact with your child in their own way, whatever that may be.
It's a good reminder that even as technology evolves, the foundation of connection doesn't. OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, told me that teen well-being is a top priority. The company says it's rolled out parental controls developed with expert input and is building an age prediction system to better tailor experiences for teens. OpenAI also says its latest model can more reliably recognize signs of distress and guide users toward real-world help, including crisis hotlines and nudges to take breaks. Still, even with these safeguards, experts say the real work happens offline in the conversations between parents and their kids. Because in the end, no machine can replace what teens need most, a human connection that listens back. AI may have an endless supply of answers, but teens still look to us for meaning. And right now, what they need most isn't a smarter machine. It's a safe place to be human. I'm Bethany Braun-Silva, ABC News.
More when this ABC News special continues.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together, live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
It's Gatos, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, my buddy Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands and thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and if you need to add a little luxury to your Black Friday shopping, I've got some news for you. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, invite you to experience amazing during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Like on the spacious 3-row 2026 Lexus TX SUV, crafted to a higher standard with room for everyone, luxury for all. Or check out the 2026 NX 450 premium plug-in hybrid with a 304 net combine horsepower engine, giving you an estimated 84 combined miles per gallon. Yours for only $659 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. All this plus the no bull difference you expect from an Earnhardt dealership. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 12/1/25.
Gleason Roofing. Do you need roof work? This is Jim Sharp, and you've got good timing because Gleason Roofing's holding a huge sale on their excess inventory of high-quality shingles while supplies last. So if you lost shingles during the monsoon or if you don't know if you've got damage, go to GleasonRoofing.com for a free roof inspection and get a steep discount on shingles from Gleason Roofing, the company that repaired my roof. GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvese here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First to lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Happy holidays to all our Arizona families. To every family who chose Dolphin Pools this year, thank you for trusting us to bring your dream backyard to life. For over 42 years, we built more than 12,000 pools across the valley, earning hundreds of 5-star reviews. We don't cut corners, and we deliver affordable luxury with the very best materials and skilled craftsmanship. Take advantage of 2025 pricing now and make your backyard memories next summer. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get more information about how you can support Arizona families with UMOM, providing resources, direction, meals, and a place to sleep for thousands of Arizonans each year. Text the word CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
You're listening to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub from ABC News Radio. I'm Mike Dubusky.
And I'm Sherry Preston. We're going to close out this hour with a story that in many ways sums up the spirit of the holiday season. Yes, we're finally getting to the part about the turkeys. This one's all about giving them away.
That's right. It's finally time to talk about turkeys, and we actually have to head all the way to Alaska to do that, Sherry. That's where we find Clara McMichael, a reporter-producer for the ABC News Transportation Unit. She's going to introduce us to a pilot whose generosity around this time of year literally falls from the sky.
Dale's the gravy master, so he's going to do the gravy and then pumpkin pie.
Every Thanksgiving, millions of Americans head to the grocery store to find the perfect turkey and other holiday staples.
She likes stuffing. I make traditional Southern dressing.
There's usually some macaroni and cheese, some green beans, always cranberry sauce. Always. If there is no cranberry sauce, my husband has a tantrum.
But in rural Alaska, that trip gets a little more complicated, according to pilot Esther Keim.
I grew up in Skwetna, Alaska, which is about 50 miles northwest of Anchorage. And there's no roads, there's no stores. And the only way to get there is by bush plane or snow machine in the winter or a boat in the summer because we live kind of on a river. So twice a year during freeze up and break up, there was a period of time that you could not travel. So it was probably 2 to 3 weeks, and the rivers are freezing up in the fall, and you can't move. Like, no one can get around. It's not safe. You can't travel on the rivers. The lakes are not frozen, and so you're kind of stuck.
Esther moved to an area that's less remote, but she wanted to help the people who still live off the grid.
Thanksgiving will be the 4th year that I'll be throwing turkeys out of the plane.
Thank you. Each year, Esther organizes the annual Alaska Turkey Bomb, delivering turkeys from the skies.
I have one hand hanging out the door with the turkey, and I'm watching, and I usually have goggles on because it's so windy and it's freezing cold. And then I have my phone in the other hand, and as soon as I drop it, I hang out the door with my phone and watch it fall to the ground.
Esther was inspired by a friend who would help her family out during those long months when she was a kid.
He would drop families in the area, including my family, stuff from his airplane. Sometimes he would drop a newspaper with a pack of gum in it for us, for me and my siblings. And he would drop turkeys during Thanksgiving to my family and all the families in the area.
20 years later, on a trip to her family's homestead, she decided to pay it forward when she visited their new neighbors.
We drove over there with snow machines, and they were telling me that the winter had been tough for them, and a squirrel split for dinner 3 ways just didn't really go that far. I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, I'm gonna airdrop them a turkey like our neighbor Kenny did years and years ago.
Now, Esther delivers to families like Richard Bell, his wife Letitia, and their daughter Kira.
We are very remote. We can only fly in by plane or by snow machine in the winter. And for us to get to town, it's a 80-mile snow machine ride, gather up everything. I usually have to stay overnight and then come and load everything up and bring it back. 10, 12 times a year in the winter, you make that trip.
She also dropped a turkey to Dale Wall and Janine Jones, who moved to Alaska a few years ago from California.
We're very remote. We're 25 miles from the nearest road, and we live on a small lake, and we have our supplies and food and what building materials and everything usually flown in by a float plane. It was our first time going through freeze up, and we didn't realize how long 2 months was. We were almost out of food. We were down to beans and rice and Spam and not a whole lot else.
For the 4th year of her turkey dropping tradition, Esther plans to deliver birds to about 40 families living in the area.
I'm here with hundreds of people who have gathered to witness what has been described as perhaps the greatest turkey event in Thanksgiving Day history. The copter seems to be circling the parking area now. I guess it's looking for a place to land. No, something just came out of the back of the helicopter. It's a dark object. Oh, my God, they're turkeys!
That's a scene from the 70s sitcom WKRP in Cincinnati.
For those of you who just tuned in, the Pinedale Shopping Mall has just been bombed with live turkeys.
As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
But for Esther, executing a real-life turkey bomb over the rivers and through the woods of Alaska takes a lot of precision.
First of all, I have to find out who needs a turkey, who is living out in the woods, basically without an address. Google Earth is amazing. I use a hunting app, and I zoom in and try to find these places, and then I mark them on my map.
Then she and her friends start their Thanksgiving flight with the turkeys packed securely in trash bags.
And we buzz the home in the cabin or whatever. We wait until we see the people come out of the house, because if they don't see it actually dropping from the plane, they will never find it because there's snow and it just sinks right to the bottom, to the ground.
Thank you. That buzzing, a welcome sound for families like the Bells, who just can't quit cold turkey.
We go out on the snow machine and get the turkey and bring it to the house.
And it rolls, like in a trash bag. Giant frozen turkey rolls across the lake.
And with each drop, Esther's aim has gotten better.
The turkey's heavy. You know, it's like a 15-pound bowling ball, basically. And so to aim and to figure out exactly where it's going to land has taken me a little bit of practice.
Sometimes there's even a surprise in the bag.
One thing I've started adding for families that have kids, which is really dear to me, is last year is the first year I added little stuffed animals for all the kids, and that was so fun.
It's a beaver, and it says Alaska.
It's a beaver!
Oh, you don't have a beaver.
No.
What name did you decide?
Smacky.
Because he smacks his tail?
Yeah.
We love you, Smacky. Welcome to the family.
Thank you.
Other times, it's an extra delivery.
One of the times that Esther came out, we asked her very nicely because we had messed up and we forgot salt. And Esther threw in a 1 pound thing of salt for us. Because I don't know if you've ever tried to eat unsalted food, but it feels like torture.
And Dale said he may ask Esther to make another delivery this year, too.
I'm going to ask Esther to make a special draw for us because I'm in trouble. I forgot cranberry sauce in our last delivery.
Oh, I'm throwing daggers at Dale with my eyes right now. You can't see it, but I'm throwing daggers because that's a must.
Letitia says the turkey makes all the difference for her family.
It's Kira will never forget. Literally food falling from the sky. I mean.
That's so cute. What do you say to Esther?
Thank you.
Esther says you can find her at the Facebook page Alaska Turkey Bomb or Instagram at AK Brunette. And if you live in some parts of Alaska, you can sign up for her to drop a turkey at your house, too. Clara McMichael, ABC News.
I love that story. I wish they would drop some of those Ruts Hut hot dogs from the sky, too. That would be great, right?
Bringing together the hot dogs and the turkey. I like that. Maybe we get a little AI to decide where it's going to go, something like that.
Exactly. Only on Thanksgiving. You can only do it on Thanksgiving. I love it. This has been a special presentation from ABC News Radio.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. Arizona's breaking news and traffic. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. President Trump speaking with U.S. troops overseas this hour, confirming that Sarah Beckstrom, one of the 2 West Virginia National Guard members who were shot in Washington, D.C. Wednesday, has died. Guardsman Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Federal officials also identified the suspect, an Afghan national who came to the U.S. in 2021. 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakanwal, ABC's Jay O'Brien on the suspect.
Lakanwal, according to sources, worked with what was called Zero Unit, which was a unit of Afghans that worked closely with the CIA and the Joint Special Operations Command, U.S. Special Forces. They went after counterterrorism targets in Afghanistan. He was, as being a part of this unit, highly trained.
Sources say Lakanwal was granted asylum in April of this year. The death toll is rising from the Hong Kong high-rise residential complex fire. Over 80 dead as of Friday morning local time. That number is expected to go up, with more than 200 still listed as missing. Derek Armstrong Chan, Deputy Director of Fire Services Operations.
Debris and scaffolding were falling from upper floors, making our access to the affected buildings very difficult.
He says crews are now going apartment to apartment, checking for more bodies. The peace plan that the U.S. and Ukraine negotiated in Geneva earlier this week is likely not to gain any traction with the Russians. The Russian leader making a series of belligerent statements that gave no indication he's willing to compromise.
Vladimir Putin told reporters it was pointless to sign any agreements with Ukraine's current leadership, suggesting President Zelensky is illegitimate. He also said Russia will not stop fighting until Ukrainian troops withdraw from the territory that he now claims. Patrick Reevell, ABC News, Dnipro, Ukraine.
A lake-effect storm has slammed into Buffalo, New York, causing blizzard-like conditions on this Thanksgiving. You're listening to ABC News.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:02. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. After the Turkey Fest, it's time for football or relaxing. But tomorrow, the holiday shopping season kicks into full gear with Black Friday. Here's ABC's Michelle Frenzen.
Black Friday deals along with holiday bargain shopping. National Retail Federation officials are projecting holiday sales will surpass $1 trillion for the first time ever this year. NRF Chief Economist Mark Matthews says the growth is due to higher tariffs, but he says Americans are still in a spending mood.
It's the usual things, apparel, gift cards, toys. Gift cards are the number one choice of what people want to receive. Obviously, that makes it a little bit easier for you. If you don't want to return anything, it's easier if you buy it yourself.
Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
We all just want a stress-free Thanksgiving, but given the current climate, how do we get there? ABC's Jim Ryan joined Arizona Morning News to help us prevent any conflict from ruining our Thanksgiving turkey.
Try to approach this with understanding and compassion and empathy. Instead of coming in with your dukes up and ready to brawl with somebody, maybe listen to them and say, well, why do you feel that way?
Ryan says the term for this is pumpkin pie dominancy. This is a giving season again. The city of Phoenix reminding residents to give responsibly. Scott Halls is the deputy director of the city of Phoenix Office of Homeless Solutions. He says when you give money or food directly to people experiencing homelessness instead of established charity groups, you may be hurting more than helping.
When you give on the streets in that one meal, one time, you might be keeping that person in that situation instead of them coming in to a situation where we could provide services and help them on the path of ending their homelessness.
Hall says you would be better off donating to groups that work to provide people with housing or other resources. A man has been sentenced to 4 years of probation for stealing money from the Nogales Police Officers Association.
Victor Hetherington was the president of the association when, over the course of 5 years, he stole nearly $40,000, completing almost 700 fraudulent bank transfers to move the money into his personal accounts. Hetherington was sentenced to repay the money in full, which made up over half of the organization's operational budget over the time it was stolen. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Flu season. All ready for a check on let's do it. Alrighty, now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Mesa with a guardrail damage on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near the I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound transition. Phoenix with a crash block in the on-ramp I-10 Papaga Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. And Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Looking at the weather real quick, Thursday partially cloudy, high of 77. Friday mostly sunny, high of 76. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station KTAR News.
Honey, look, 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah, they're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees, terms, and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is a special presentation from ABC News Radio. Gadgets, Gears, and Grub. I'm Mike Dubusky.
And I'm Sherry Preston. Over the next hour, we're going to talk about a lot of different things. Perhaps some of the topics you'll be discussing around your dinner table this holiday season.
Everything from the latest technology and transportation trends to, of course, Sherry, turkey. Have you ever wondered why these feathered friends of ours have made it to our dinner table around this time of year? Well, one of the newest members of our team here at ABC News did. Let's welcome producer Annalisa Linder to the table. Annalisa, take it away.
It's Thanksgiving morning. You wake up at the crack of dawn to get ready for dinner. Your menu is set, and you have 7 hours until your guests arrive. The Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade begins.
family members return home from the local turkey trot. It's time to tackle the main event.
Turkey is not easy at all.
That's Chef Sarah Moulton, host of Sarah's Weeknight Meals on PBS and former Good Morning America food editor.
It's one of the scariest cooking days of the year because that is the time when many people who don't cook otherwise are about to make this humongous meal for a huge amount of people.
You probably learned about the first Thanksgiving in school, when the British colonists and the Wampanoag came together in 1621 for a hearty feast to celebrate a successful harvest. Well, much of how we celebrate Thanksgiving today actually stems from the mid-1800s and a poet named Sarah Hale. She was the editor of Godey's Lady's Book, an American women's magazine. But she's best known for her nursery rhyme, Mary Had a Little Lamb. Hale campaigned for decades, publishing articles and promoting ways to celebrate in Godey's Lady's Book. And she described the perfect Thanksgiving dinner in her novel, Northwood.
Sarah Hale was really big on having this national holiday.
Amy Bentley, a professor of food studies at NYU, says it's unknown if the first Thanksgiving even included turkey at all. At the time, variations of Thanksgiving were celebrated by different states throughout the year.
Thanksgiving was part of that 19th century movement to both reform the civic society and connect it to the domestic realm. It harkens back to that earlier Northern European heritage of the big joint of meat on the table, carving, which harkens back to hunting and gathering and killing the large animal and then distributing the portions of it to everyone else.
Since then, chefs have been teaching us the best methods to get the perfect Thanksgiving turkey.
Hello, I'm Julia Child.
In the 1970s, Julia Child taught us to not be intimidated by the big bird.
The neck and just whack it up.
Ree Drummond brought us into her kitchen for a roasted Thanksgiving turkey.
All right, I'll take the foil off. And that is exactly what it's supposed to look like at this stage. It hasn't gotten brown yet, it's just started the cooking process.
And when you're tight on time, Rachel Ray found a way to cook a turkey in just 2 hours.
I always spatchcock them. In other words, you remove the backbone of the bird. Make the bird flat. It's the only way you can evenly cook dark meat and white meat.
But despite all the different methods, data shows that supply and demand for turkey is declining. The USDA estimates farmers raised 195 million turkeys this year. That's 5 million less than last year and 50 million less than in 2016. Part of this is due to avian flu, which cut supply, and that's showing up on Americans' dinner plates. Turkey consumption declined per person from 15.9 pounds in 2019 to 13 pounds this year. I walked around the streets of Manhattan to ask what dishes people were putting on their Thanksgiving table instead. There were the tried and true sides.
I really like basic stuffing. I don't want any vegetables in it, no celery. I just want stuffing and lots of butter.
Very traditional. Cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes, stuffing.
And stuffing and cranberry sauce. Sometimes there's a baked brie involved.
We recently started including, in addition to a turkey, a honey-baked ham, just because some people don't like turkey as much, and in my opinion, I think ham is better.
And some give it a cultural twist.
There's always rice, because we're Chinese.
My mother-in-law, she makes some really good enchiladas.
Ravioli. It could be either duck, it could be chicken, or even lamb.
And one who ditched tradition altogether.
I spend my Thanksgiving with my brothers, my only surviving sibling. We get a bunch of Brussels sprouts from the local, ready to eat. We'll pull up the table in the middle of the living room and eat the Brussels sprouts.
But back to those who celebrate with a big feast.
I think what people are looking for at Thanksgiving is some show-stopping dish.
So I asked Sarah Moulton, what do you make when you want a memorable dish for Thanksgiving?
Cornish game hens. They're tiny little, personal chickens. And you can do everything you would do to a turkey. You stuff it. You make a little gravy. And everybody gets their own personal little faux turkey. Braised short ribs of beef. Lasagna is a terrific idea.
If you're looking for a healthier meal, registered dietitian Maya Feller recommends focusing more on the vegetables and less on the meat.
This is an opportunity to have all the leafy greens. If you're in the U.S., you've got kale, you've got Swiss chard. Really focus on the vegetable sides and let the meat be the accompaniment, not the main.
Sarah had some ideas for that as well.
You could do a huge crostata with vegetables. Eggplant is very meaty, and so you could do an eggplant rollatini, an exotic mushroom pot pie, or a root vegetable bourguignon.
No matter what you make, Maya says how you make it is what's most important.
You got to pay attention to the cooking method and also what you're adding to it. So it's not just the fat, but it's like how much salt are you putting in it? Are you doing things like, are you candying it?
Whether you choose to tackle the turkey, prioritize the vegetables, or create a showstopper of your own, here's one last piece of advice.
It should be something you can make ahead of time and then either pop in the oven or reheat.
So whatever you serve, here's to hoping your Thanksgiving ends with a full belly and many leftovers.
Annalisa, for that. Sherry, I have to say, my family has made some real big advancements in our Thanksgiving preparation in the last few years. We used to have like the slices of turkey. Now we have moved on to the full bird. I'm pretty proud of us.
There really is something special when the Norman Rockwell bird comes out and is set on the table. Our tradition now is to go out and let someone else cook the turkey. But here's the thing. It's got to have the turkey. It's got to have some vegetable. It's got to have the stuffing. And it has got to have the cranberry.
I'm not with you on the cranberry sauce, but while we may be in disagreement over that piece of the Thanksgiving meal, what if we could just ask a computer and get a definitive answer? It sounds great, and we're going to tell you about some technology coming up that might be able to do that, and a whole lot more.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
It's Gatos, and right now is the perfect time to care for your home's plumbing. Call my friends at Howard Air and Plumbing. You know, maybe your water heater is not keeping up. You've got some drains clogged in the house. This month only, when you mention Gatos, you can enjoy a free service call plus 10% off repairs. They even have a $59 drain clearing special. Howard Air and Plumbing. Now that we've got the plumbing issues covered, let's talk about your AC. We're going to get into some chillier temperatures, so you need to get your heating system checked for winter. This month only, get your entire heating and cooling system serviced, including an outdoor coil cleaning and refrigerant check. And this is a Gatos special, only $99, normally $129. You will pay $99. Whether replace or repair, call today. Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766. 602-953-2766. Or schedule online at howardair.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Find something extraordinary this season at the Genesis Signature Event and enjoy 0.99% APR financing on select vehicles through December 1st. Take advantage of this exceptional offer on our most popular Genesis models, including the 2026 G70, GV70, GV80, and GV80 Coupe, plus select 2025 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models with approved credit. Discover the perfect balance of performance, innovation, and refined design at Genesis of Scottsdale. Our team is dedicated to delivering an effortless and sophisticated buying experience from the moment you arrive to the drive home. Experience modern luxury today at Genesis of Scottsdale, conveniently located on North Scottsdale Road, or visit us online at genesisofscottsdale.com to learn more.
Exclusions apply. 0.99% APR for up to 36 months. Is $28.20 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers on select 2025 and 2026 Genesis models. Subject to credit approval by Genesis Finance. Not all will qualify. Down payment may be required. Must take delivery from retail stock by 12/1/25. Most new vehicles include a protection package with lifetime window tint, door edge guards, and handle cup guards priced at $618. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 $49.99 fee. See dealer for details.
The Brooklyn Bedding Black Friday sale is here. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is now 30% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Visit one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Valley locations and make sure to mention KTAR News for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only. Participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Welcome back to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub. I'm Mike Dubusky.
And I'm Sherry Preston. Mike, we've already talked about a lot of grub this hour, but let's take a look at a few more gadgets.
And to help us talk about a really big trend in the gadget space, I wanted to check in with our friend, ABC News business correspondent, Elizabeth Scholze. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Mike.
So I wanted to call you up because both you and I had the opportunity to look at quantum computers recently. You saw one that Google was working on over in California. I toured IBM's Thomas J. Watson Research Lab, which is here in New York State. This is technology that I think it's fair to say is really, really interesting and has a lot of potential. It could be transformative, according to some of these companies.
It could be. And to hear Google tell it, this could potentially reshape how we develop major industries like pharmaceuticals, artificial intelligence, financial transactions, really a big host of things.
In my visit to IBM, they talked about a lot of the same stuff, but before we get into what quantum computers could potentially do, I think we've got to explain what they are. Elizabeth, let's start with the basics. What did this thing look like at Google?
You know, I think the first thing that surprised me when I walked into Google's quantum AI lab was that this just looks absolutely nothing like what you'd think about when you think about a computer. It's almost like this massive chandelier kind of hanging from the ceiling. There are these multiple layers that are needed in this computer to keep the computer chip that actually runs the whole thing cold. So it was actually pretty cold in the room, too. And it really did kind of look like something out of sci-fi, Mike.
It really does. And so much of that infrastructure, too, is just dedicated to cooling. The actual computer piece of it is relatively small. And the computer that I actually saw at IBM was basically the size of a room. Many people that I've talked to this about say this kind of reminds them of the very early days of the computer, where you would go into a specialized room and you'd have this kind of huge, monstrous thing. That's kind of what IBM's quantum computer is. But again, so much of it is just cooling infrastructure. They have coolant that runs through these computers because they need to keep them cool enough in order to work. And this really speaks to exactly how hard these computers are working, which means we've got to talk about what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably when we should mention that neither of us are like quantum physicists here.
Yes, I missed that day in school. We are coming at this from an outsider's position. And that is why you spoke with somebody who really knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, let's go to the experts, right? So we talked with Henry Ewan. He is a computer science professor at Columbia University.
In classical physics, a ball can be in one location or another, but not both. But in quantum physics, a ball can actually be in both locations at the same time, or what's called a superposition.
So immediately, I feel like my head is in a superposition, Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's hard to get your head around this idea because it goes against everything we know. But this idea in quantum physics is superposition. It's really the basis of quantum computing.
Yeah, and this is where these things called qubits come in, from what I understand.
Right, the quantum bits.
Yes, and to understand what those are, I spoke to another expert, Jerry Chow. He's the director of quantum hardware system development at IBM, and he says that these are basically like the building blocks of a quantum computer.
The way to really digest it more is just that it's a different set of mathematical rules that apply to quantum information that completely change the way that we can actually perform computations.
Basically, the way I understand this, Elizabeth, is with the movie The Matrix. You've seen The Matrix, Keanu Reeves, Lawrence Fishburne, of course.
Who hasn't?
You remember the green numbers that kind of trickle down the screen at the beginning of the movie, ones and zeros? So that's actually a really big computer concept. Those are what are known as bits. Basically, everything that we look at on computer screens are made up of these ones and zeros. Computer engineers basically line enough of them up in a row in the right order. They flip the switch between 1 and 0 enough times, and then they can create what we experience as a computer, a desktop background, or a drop-down menu, or a video game, for example. These qubits, on the other hand, aren't either 1 or 0. They're kind of in this superposition between them. So they're kind of both, they're kind of neither. And basically what the effect of all of this is that quantum computers built on this qubit idea are able to do way more complex tasks than our normal computers can do.
Okay, so who said you're not a physicist? That sounded pretty good to me, Mike.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do my best.
So this is where Google is now making some news. Back in October, the company announced that its quantum computer ran an algorithm that they said is 13,000 times faster than the software that's written for the world's fastest traditional supercomputers. And this kind of builds off this other calculation that was completed last year where this computer chip basically completed a super complex math problem that would have taken a classical computer 10 septillion years to do. That's a really, really big number. Hard to also get your head around. But, Mike, bigger than the known history of the universe.
Yeah, crazy. That our normal computers would have taken that long, and a quantum computer shrunk that work down to basically the snap of a finger, effectively. Elizabeth, it feels like we're talking about some really theoretical, out there kind of stuff, though. Like, everyday people are not doing calculations like that. Certainly not you or me. What did Google tell you about the practical applications of this type of thing?
And Google says this is the news, that now they could start to see this world where quantum computing goes out of the hypothetical into the real world. And they give the example of drug manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, saying that it could dramatically shorten the amount of time it takes to discover new medicines. I talked with Julian Kelly. He is Google's director of quantum hardware. Here's how he explained that.
A quantum computer could actually be critical in the drug discovery process. What the pharmaceutical companies have to do is they do a lot of trial and error. They make different drug candidates. Some of them work and some of them don't. What a quantum computer could do is it allow you to focus on the ones that are much more likely to succeed.
So this actually reminds me, Elizabeth, of something that IBM announced back in September. HSBC, the bank, they said that they used IBM's quantum computer, basically the same one that I got a look at, to help predict the bond trading market with 37% more accuracy than they otherwise would have, according to that bank. Now, it was a pretty limited test, but even still, that is people's money. Here's Jerry Chow from IBM again.
Of course, this also has a lot of impact on the financial industries, right? And this is where things such as optimizing portfolio or minimizing risk, right, given the number of large number of variables, is very hard for financial institutions to take care of, but where even small wins can make a big difference.
And this all sounds great, right? Faster computers that can really speed up the development of the things that we need. But of course, there's a but. We have to talk about the speed bumps before we get there.
Exactly. And I think that's why we've been using the word potentially a lot in this conversation. I mean, for one, these quantum computers, they make mistakes. Like they're throwing errors at a much higher rate than a normal computer would, about 0.1% of the time. Professor Ewan from Columbia said that we are still in a relatively early stage of development here, which means it could still be a while before we see this in our kind of everyday lives.
I wouldn't bet on it being life-changing in the next 5 years, at least for, everyday users.
And then there's this other point that he raised that is something to think about a lot with quantum computing and its encryption. So think about all of that data that right now is protected online, passwords, private conversations. Quantum computers really do have the potential to kind of break that current encryption technology.
Quantum computers, being able to factor large numbers, will be able to break most of the encryption technologies that we use today. Even if quantum computers are still, let's say, a decade or two out, there's still a worry that our secrets that we store today might be vulnerable to people reading them in the future.
It's interesting that comes up, Elizabeth, because I actually talked to IBM's Jerry Chow about this problem, and he said, yes, breaking encryption is a really big risk when it comes to developing quantum computers, but he also told me that there's a cybersecurity race here as well. There are these special quantum encryption technologies that can protect against bad actors using these quantum computers for harm. It's just going to require the world to adopt that technology, preferably now.
There are quantum safe encryption standards that exist. Really, it's more a inertia thing today, right? That people are not updating their encryption standards because they don't necessarily know where to get started.
So in other words, there's like quantum encryption.
Exactly.
But people don't necessarily use it because that's just not where their heads are at right now.
That's not where their heads are at, but that's where I'm trying to get people's heads at, to see that, these other encryption methods exist. Time to move to them.
Regardless, though, IBM has set some pretty ambitious goals here for its quantum computing efforts. 2029 is the year they say they're going to make a quantum computer that has an error rate that's comparable to a traditional supercomputer. So they're really not taking their foot off the gas here, Elizabeth.
Yeah, neither did Google. There is this pretty intense competition with tech giants, also startups, universities, all really kind of racing to develop this technology. So something we're really going to watch as we see how this could really apply to the real world.
And I know that we're going to do that with your help, Elizabeth. Thanks for talking to me.
And yours too, my quantum physicist friend.
All right, back to the lab.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
KTAR News now.
I'm Enrique Garcia. It is 5:30 p.m.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just in to the KTAR's News Center. President Donald Trump this evening said Army Specialist Sarah Beckstorm, one of the West Virginia National members who was hurt in the targeted shooting close to the White House on Wednesday, has died. Trump made the announcement as he made calls to the U.S. military on Thanksgiving, calling her a highly respected, young, magnificent person. Trump said she's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just what happened. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more information, go to KTAR.com. For many Americans, some parts of the Thanksgiving meal will be more expensive this year, but who is to blame for the price increases? Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, look no further more than the corporations that produce our food.
And those folks report to shareholders. There's no hometown grocery store down the street that cares. I mean, we are in a different world, and it's a greedy capitalist place, and prices are not going to come down.
On the other hand of the argument, former Republican State Senator Michelle Eugenita tells the show,
I think the economy is in a pretty decent spot considering that it had to weather a 43-day shutdown by the Democrats.
According to the Associated Press, cranberry sauce, stuffing, and green beans are more expensive this year. Let your love for Arizona wine shine while you drive.
Not by drinking and driving, of course. Rather, by buying a specialty Verde Valley license plate available now. The Arizona DMV says the plates cost $25, with $17 of that going towards supporting sustainable vineyards, responsible driving, and promoting tourism in northern Arizona. There are over 28 wineries located in north-central regions of the state, with more than 136 acres of grapes between them. William Padmore, KTAR News.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Looking at your highways and surface streets, everything's looking clear and great. Weather, it's going to be a low of 76 tonight. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Don't let a leaky roof ruin your holidays. It's Gatos. I want you to call America Roofing. 602-960-ROOF. And when you mention me, here's what they do. They come over and inspect your roof absolutely 100% for free. You're going to have more people in the house. You're going to have friends and family over. You're going to enjoy the festivities. And you want to make sure that your roof is going to hold up. 602-960-ROOF. We've had a lot of rain over the last month. This is a perfect time to call America Roofing and just get an inspection of your roof. Your roof could be warning you that there is trouble. How? Well, do you have a water stain on your ceiling? That means you have a leak. Warped shingles? Do you have missing granules? Let America Roofing get up there and check it all out. They're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. 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 America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com, or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
My neighbor invited me to a Wounded Warrior Project event. I didn't know what to expect, but it felt like everyone understood me. We got each other. So I got more involved. I joined support groups with other women warriors, and it helped me realize a new purpose in my life.
Through our hands-on programs, supportive community, and ongoing advocacy, we help post-9/11 veterans realize what's possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
KTAR, the voices of Arizona. Arizona's morning news. Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, outspoken, alongside Arizona's largest radio news team, covering the valley, your city, your neighborhood. KTAR News.
You're listening to a special presentation from ABC News Radio. Gadgets, gears, and grub. I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky.
You know, it's usually around this time of the year that we remember the old adage about going over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house. Millions expected to hit the road this holiday season to see their family and their friends. But, Mike, you've been looking at some technology that may change the way we actually think about holiday travel.
That's right, Sherry. Earlier this fall, General Motors set itself a pretty significant technological goal. It says by 2028, you'll be able to buy a car that will let you take your eyes off the road for extended periods of time while the car effectively drives itself. I caught up with Baris Sentinok, GM's Vice President of Software and Services, at the event in New York City where they announced this plan. He told me the eyes-off-the-road technology will be baked into their current semi-autonomous driving system known as Super Cruise. He says the company's eventual goal is to let the car become something else, something that's more akin to a living room or a workspace.
I want the space to become your best office. This should be your best, where I choose to watch my Warriors games, where maybe I am catching up on some of the new news that I want to catch up on.
That all sounds pretty nice, but also pretty ambitious. To get a sense of where this technology stands right now and how much further GM has to go in the next 3 years, I took a Super Cruise-equipped vehicle for a drive. Or rather, it took me for one. Okay, hello everyone. You join me on the northbound New Jersey Turnpike in a brand new 2026 Cadillac Escalade IQL. This car will actually let you take your hands off the wheel on certain pre-mapped roads that General Motors has already approved. And they say there's more than 600,000 miles worth of pre-approved roads that Super Cruise works on. The New Jersey Turnpike is one of those roads, and we're going to give it a try right now. So I have to press some buttons here. So to turn this system on, I first have to set what speed I want. Currently the speed limit here is 65, so let's not get in trouble. Let's go to 65 and set it there. That's just a little switch that I'm doing there. And oh, immediately, as soon as I did that, the steering wheel illuminated green. And that's another interesting thing about Super Cruise, is that there's actually a small screen on the top rim of your steering wheel that will flash in different colors depending on whether this system is active or not, whether it senses any danger on the road. Green means that you're good to take your hands off the wheel. So as soon as I set my speed, it sensed you're good to go. So I'm going to try it now. I'm going to take my hands off the wheel. And there we go. No hands on the wheel right now, just as proof I can clap. And I'm not putting my hands back on the wheel, no feet on the pedals either, though I'm hovering over the brake just in case. But we are just motoring right along. There's cars passing me on either side, and the system is active. Now, General Motors is not the first company to introduce technology that allows you to take your hands off the steering wheel.
Blue Cruise is hands-free highway driving.
Ford has a similar system called Blue Cruise, as do a number of others. In most cases, the company pre-maps a bunch of roads, mainly highways, and then their cars use that map to understand when a turn is coming up. That is coupled with various radar and camera systems that sense the cars around you. There's also a steering column-mounted camera, which monitors your face to make sure that you're looking at the road. A lot of this happens behind the scenes, but Centenac tells me it's also important to show the driver what the car is doing.
We have a visualization of the road and how the car is drawing a path and following a path. And where we're trying to give the confidence to the driver or passengers, hey, look, not only it's seeing the objects, it's also picking a very smart path.
That confidence view could prove to be the make or break part of this technology. After all, as a passenger, it's weird to see the driver of a car surrender control. But Centenac tells me the more information everyone in the car gets, the more comfortable they'll feel.
If you experienced Super Cruise and other technologies, after the first few times, you're kind of like very watchful. And then you slowly realize this is working right. It's making the right decisions. It just goes to the background and you just normalize it.
All the while, GM is adding more capabilities to Super Cruise. Okay, so another interesting thing just happened. I join you just a few miles up the New Jersey Turnpike from when we last chatted. This system has been active the whole time, and it just did something that I think we should talk about. I set the speed at the reasonable 65 miles an hour. However, we came up on top of a bus that was going a little bit slower than that. The system, all on its own, activated the turn signal and actually made a lane change to get around that bus, all without me doing anything. But going from hands-off driving to eyes-off driving is more than just a technological hurdle to get over. GM says it's interested because right now, eyes-off driving is only permitted in a few states, and even then in a very limited capacity. Patrick George, the editor-in-chief of Inside EVs, was also at the event.
I have a lot of questions about the regulations around this and how it's going to be deployed. There are no national rules around hands-off, eyes-off driving. That's not allowed. There's only 2 states that kind of allow it. That's California and Nevada.
GM says the first car to get this eyes-off-the-road version of Super Cruise will be the Cadillac Escalade IQ. A prototype version of that technology was on display at GM's event, basically the same electric truck that I drove, but with turquoise lights built into the side mirrors. Whereas red lights signify stopping, green lights signify going, some automakers are hoping this light bluish-green color will come to signify that a car car is operating autonomously.
And they're not the first automaker to try that. Just off the top of my head, Mercedes-Benz does that with Drive Pilot, which is that very limited eyes-off system that they have. Again, only in California, Nevada, at certain speeds, certain highways. It's extremely limited. But it also has turquoise lights on it. So it's kind of a nice indicator to people around it that it's, kind of driving itself.
Again, it's just a prototype. In the meantime, there's one more notable thing that happened on my Super Cruise journey. It took place while I was doing something that many from the Northeast are familiar with: sitting in traffic. We were moving along in traffic, not any more than 10 miles an hour or so, and the steering wheel, without me touching it, kept shaking back and forth. It was kind of like doing like a little slalom sort of thing, still staying in its lane, and it wasn't telling me to take control again. We were kind of going around a gentle bend, but even still, little disconcerting move there from Super Cruise. I asked GM about this, and they told me it was a known issue, and a fix has been deployed. Regardless, Barris Sentinok tells me that while they're aimed at full eyes-off-the-road driving in 2028, they're still adopting a slower-is-better strategy.
Look, I think we have a line of sight to the technologies required, to the sensors required, and how it's going to come together. But like I said, we will always have a very high bar for safety. And we want to create a system that is reliable and that is safe. And we will keep that bar high. And until we hit that mark, we will not do what we're setting out to do.
More when this ABC News special continues.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
It's Gatos, and at Advanced Window Products, they've got their Black Friday sale. It runs through the entire month of November. Let me tell you what you get when you mention Gatos. At Advanced Window Products, when you purchase 10 windows or more, you'll receive their largest discount of the year, $3,500. $3,500 off. All you have to do is mention Gatos. All you have to do is purchase 10 windows or more, and you receive their largest discount of the year, $3,500. Now, why should you use Advanced Window Products? They're a local Arizona company, family-owned and operated business. I vetted them for you. They've specialized in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors for 39 years. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-666-9943 now to schedule your free in-home consultation, or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-666-9943 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First to lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a
a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month server charge. Tax due at sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KTAR News shines our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and their support of the Sojourner Center. This year marks the 9th annual Trajan Wealth Charity Drive, benefiting the Sojourner Center, a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence in Arizona since 1977. Since its founding, the Sojourner Center has helped tens of thousands of adults and children in the valley. During the charity drive, you're encouraged to donate a new unwrapped toy or a clothing item. A wish list can be found at TrajanWealth.com/blog. KTAR News is proud to shine our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and the Sojourner Center. Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now, Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Welcome back to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub from ABC News Radio. I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky. Sherry, around this time of year, it's always important to think about where our food comes from and how it gets to our table. And while you might think about farming and that industry is kind of old school, there's actually a lot of technology at play. Things, of course, from motorized tractors and drones to a whole lot of other tech as well.
And just like when those motorized tractors came on the scene, the latest high-tech machines, including the use of artificial intelligence, are driving the future of food from farm to table. Let's let ABC's Michelle Franzen tell us more.
The crackle and pop of cranberries boiling on the stove is one of the mainstays for the holiday season. The sounds and smells can take us back to cherished memories in the kitchen and around the table. But as we grab the bags at the grocery store or farmer's market, we may not think about all that went into growing and harvesting the tart berry that adds taste and color to our plate.
There's a lot of effort that goes into getting a good quality product to the store.
Stephen Lee is the latest generation of growers at Lee Brothers Cranberry Farm in New Jersey.
Cranberries are sensitive to frost in the spring, frost in the fall. They have to be protected, especially in New Jersey, from heat in the summer.
His great-great-grandfather, also Stephen Lee, came from Ireland and bought 2,000 acres and started building cranberry bogs along streams.
We've been here since 1868. The method of harvesting cranberries was pretty consistent until about 1960.
Lee says harvesting shifted to flooding the bog and knocking the berries loose, then gathering the floating berries by skimming the waters. Advancements that have made the process less labor-intensive over the years.
We've gone from needing 50 people a day for a month to needing 8 people for 3 weeks, and we're harvesting 4 times as many acres.
Lee says his farm and growers across the country are at a new crossroads.
We're in a bit of a squeeze. The cost of everything seems to be rising, whether it's fuel or fertilizer. We have to be very careful of cost control.
With the use of high-tech and artificial intelligence taking the lead for many. For Lee, that means leaning on AI data to help plan and track his crop.
We're looking at ways to get the information we need more accurately without setting foot in the bog.
Lee is among the growing crop of farmers utilizing AI advancements and high-tech tools and working with companies and universities to cultivate information to better utilize ways to advance research, development, and implementation.
Estimating crop yield is the first one. Trying to, through photographs, either handheld or perhaps with a drone, take a picture of the developing crop, the blossoms and the developing berries, to know how much fertilizer the plant needs and to maximize production without damaging the vines.
AI data is considered the seeds of the growing and harvesting future.
The AI models are really, really good at pulling out features of interest, as we call it. And this is the case across fields.
Christine Diepenbrock is an associate professor in the Department of Plant Sciences at UC Davis in California. Her projects are focusing on improving crop nutritional quality and also tolerance to environmental stresses.
We're really trying to improve nutritional quality alongside productivity. So the idea being, if we can identify nutritional interventions that'll help improve human nutritional status or whatever, density of nutrition is available in these plant-based foods, but also boost the productivity of the crop so that the growers also see the benefit of producing that particular variety.
From research where breeding takes place, along with using AI tools, including robots, to track and compile the crop's data.
And so we've been driving ground-based rovers through the field. These are little robots that have wheels. And what we've been able to do, thanks to members of their lab, is we can pick out and actually detect where are the flowers in this plot and where are the pods in this plot. So what's been really nice is that we can effectively, as the plant is developing, we can try to pick out the parts of the plant that are going to be most informative and then actually give rise to that yield that we were talking about.
Diepenbrock is currently focused on beans, which is a staple food source around the world.
We're trying to breed beans that have a larger seed size, that yield better, and that maybe also taste good.
Diepenbrock estimates up to 50% of foods gracing our Thanksgiving feast this year could be touched by some form of AI, much of it data-driven.
Because thinking through how the different canning plants work, and again, there's a lot of really neat innovations in that downstream processing and distribution side of things. I would venture to guess we're approaching more than half.
Ilias Tokopoulos is director at UC Davis's Artificial Intelligence Institute for Next Generation Food Systems, or AIFS. He and other researchers are working with the farming industry along with the USDA to compile data across the country on a variety of crops.
We need to see our food system as a continuum, not as isolated silos that they don't talk to each other. Only then we'll be really able to transform it and make it much more productive and accelerate innovation within.
He says the right data will offer new avenues for businesses up and down the food chain.
Given that we want to promote U.S. competitiveness, this is not a choice really we have. AI is here to stay, and it will become even more prevalent next year. We will know more about our food. better food will be created because of AI. Less waste is going to be created because of AI.
The Next Gen Food Systems program is also using AI to collect massive amounts of data on food waste.
It's absolutely a way to be more efficient in our food system.
Ned Spang is Associate Professor of Food Science and Technology at UC Davis.
So, we're already growing all these products, and if we're only using 2/3 of it, that means there's 1/3 of all the food we grow in our food system not being utilized. Anything we can do to use that material is going to create more efficient food systems.
Spang says the waste not, want not philosophy could end up becoming an asset for farmers and companies instead of a loss.
They can use the AI to look across this information, come up with a compelling solution, and ideally, that gets translated back into new revenue streams to either the processor, the grower, or both. Because what was once treated as a cost to either the grower or the processor, getting rid of waste, all of a sudden becomes a revenue stream. Now they're getting paid for this material, where today's food waste can become tomorrow's resource.
AI seems to be with us at every turn, including from the farm to the table. At the farmers market in Ramsey, New Jersey, shoppers come here weekly for fresh fruits and vegetables of the season. But many are not quite sold on AI just yet.
I don't know. I'd have to see it in action, what it's doing. I know we use it to collect information on how things are, to work better, right? As long as there's less chemicals, I'm for it,
I don't know exactly. I'd say that I view AI in general as wonderful and terrible at the same time.
Back in New Jersey, Stephen Lee says his family's cranberry farm could keep doing business as usual. But like growers from decades past, he says adapting to changes is essential to have the best shot at staying in business.
Yes, I think it's essential to look to tech. It's helped agriculture, as you know, for a long time. I think it's no different with technology. We need to use it, and those who don't use it will not survive, or they certainly won't thrive in the long run.
Whatever you're having this holiday, whether it's cranberries or your favorite side dish to the turkey, take a pause and think about what went into that delicious bite. Michelle Franzen, ABC News. Sherry?
You see, I told you, Mike, cranberries are an integral part of Thanksgiving. They are just as essential as the turkey and the stuffing.
The tyranny of the cranberry continues, Sherry. I just don't know how this has been allowed to continue. But regardless of how you celebrate your Thanksgiving dinner and what makes it onto the table, we hope you have a good one.
This has been a special presentation from ABC News Radio.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since the last time, so you might want to consider refinancing the mortgage and save money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates and total costs, so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted Lund Mortgage just like me, and so should you. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. In his Thanksgiving call with military members deployed around the world, President Trump announcing tonight that West Virginia National Guard member Sarah Beckstrom, one of 2 Guard members from that state who were shot Wednesday in Washington, D.C., has died.
Right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the Guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023. Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away.
The West Virginia National Guard said Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf had been deployed in D.C. since August. Wolf remains in critical condition. The suspected gunman has been identified as 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakanwal, an Afghan national.
Sources familiar with the investigation tell ABC News Lakanwal was a highly trained and trusted member of an elite Afghan counterterrorism force called the Zero Units, partnering with U.S. Special Forces and the CIA during the war in Afghanistan. He came to the U.S. in 2021 under a Biden-era program evacuating Afghan refugees during the chaotic withdrawal of U.S. forces. Sources tell ABC News the suspect was formally granted asylum this April under the Trump administration.
ABC's Jay O'Brien. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro declared today that his country stands ready to defend itself against foreign threats. The remarks as tensions between Venezuela and the United States have intensified. It's not Thanksgiving without the turkey. U.S. military members deployed overseas to Lithuania, Romania, and Poland celebrated Thanksgiving with a feast. In Romania, Staff Sergeant Vanessa Street says it brings everyone together.
Meals like this help the morale because it allows soldiers to feel that comfort of home, and to be, even though they're away from home, they're able to experience mom's cooking or, Thanksgiving and as a family.
You're listening to ABC News.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:02. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. This evening, President Donald Trump announced Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, one of the West Virginian national members who was hurt in the targeted shooting close to the White House Wednesday, has died. This is what he had to say.
Highly respected, young, magnificent person. Started service in June of 2023. Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona needs to produce 60,000 additional post-secondary graduates a year to fill out our state's workforce gap. The data from the Center for the Future of Arizona shows only 19,000 out of 80,000 jobs open are filled by Arizonians. Peter Boyle says we should be producing workers to fill in those gaps with local workers instead of importing employees.
And we believe it's incredibly important to support our K-12 system and our higher education system to ensure that we're graduating more of those individuals with certifications, with degrees, to meet this in-state demand.
The Arizona Progress Meter has 49% of Arizonans currently graduating with 2 degrees or more. To read more education solutions or stories, go to KTAR.com/education. It's giving season once again, and the city of Phoenix is reminding residents to give responsibly. Scott Hall is the deputy director of the city of Phoenix of Homeless Solutions. He says when you give food or money directly to people experiencing homelessness instead of established charity groups, you could be hurting more than helping.
When you give on the street in that one meal, one time, you might be keeping that person in that situation instead of them coming in to a situation where we could provide services and help them on the path of ending their homelessness.
Hall says you'd be better off donating to groups that work to provide with housing or other resources. A new specialty license plate aims to help Arizonan wineries and local businesses. The Verde Valley Wine Trail says proceeds from their Wine Century license plate will go towards helping Arizona wineries. The plate is also available for motorcyclists. There are over 28 wineries in the north central region of Arizona, which farm more than 136 acres of wine grapes a year. Alrighty, and now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Highways are looking pretty good right now. Surface streets, we have a crash involving a motorcyclist in Phoenix on 36th Street and Thomas Road. On the I-17 Greenway Road near southbound, we have a crash with a fire involved. And then looking at our weather. Alrighty, Thursday, partially cloudy with a high of 77. Black Friday, mostly sunny, high of 76. Weather brought to you by Howard Air & Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or kohls.com for details.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far.
And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is a special presentation from ABC News Radio, Gadgets, Gears, and Grub. I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky. Sherry, we've got a lot of ground to cover over the course of the next hour. We're going to be digging into America's growing obsession with vinyl records, what's hitting the road when it comes to the latest in electric vehicles. But first, it's the meal that Americans have looked forward to since colonial times.
While the menu may have evolved through the generations, Thanksgiving 2025 means tons of turkey, mounds of mashed potatoes, gallons of gravy, and of course, fresh cranberries. And in the midst of a post-holiday stomachache, ABC's Jim Ryan says many of us will turn to fad diets in hopes of losing a few pounds.
The recipe for good health, a mixture of elderberry, plant fibers, milk, cucumber flowers, and green dates. Add in okra and wheat germ for an effective anti-diabetic. It may sound like a bit of fringe TikTok advice, but it's actually thought to be history's first fad diet, inscribed onto Egyptian papyrus in about 1550 BC. The idea of using specific foods for weight loss or good health is nothing new. In the 1950s,
milk is about the most perfect food there is. A glassful at every meal is good for you. And with one more, that makes a quart a day.
Which is well over the amount recommended in 2025. A decade later, the American fitness craze was in full swing, filling bookshelves with dietary advice and making celebrities of people like Jack LaLanne.
Rise up on your toes, down on your heels, and begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
In the 1980s, the term fad diet took on a negative connotation, even in ads for fad diets.
I've tried fad diets, powders, pills. Still, my weight's been up and down like a yo-yo until the AIDS plan taught me how to take off weight and help keep it off.
AIDS, AYDS, was an appetite suppressant candy that had been on the market since the 1940s. Its demise came partly because its name sounded like the acronym for Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome, and partly because its active ingredient was linked to an increased risk of stroke. In the following decade,
I remember something when I was in college called Sugar Busters that really focused on cutting out any added sugar.
Kristen Smith is a registered dietitian and a nutritionist who's written extensively about the fad diet phenomenon.
The one that comes back to mind is the keto diet and the diets in the 90s that focused on high fat, low carbohydrate.
Most notably, the Atkins diet, which starts out with limits on carbohydrates, fruits and dairy, and virtually unlimited beef, pork, and chicken. It's still around, but Kristen Smith says,
I know I don't really hear the word Atkins now, but I definitely hear different variations of keto diet and something that just keeps reappearing in slightly different forms, maybe different carbohydrate amounts that we're restricting. But every so many years, it just keeps coming back.
Just as elements of the Egyptian papyrus eating plan from 3,500 years ago are still found in eating plans today.
Fad diets, they often sound really appealing because they promise these quick results. But the truth is, they're usually not sustainable for the long haul. And oftentimes, they're not great for our health either. But when we see famous people or ads with people having these dramatic quick and easy results, it's definitely tempting.
So it's not surprising that when something comes along that sounds like a fad diet, people are skeptical. Example?
There's kind of two areas that are being marketed. You have prebiotics and you have probiotics.
Like Kristen Smith, Carolyn Susi is a registered dietitian nutritionist. The heart of the prebiotic-probiotic phenomenon is the microbiome, something we all carry around in our intestines.
Your gut microbiome is a term for all of the microorganisms that are living in our gastrointestinal tract.
Most of us have grown up believing that bacteria are the sworn enemy to good health. Carolyn Susi hears it all the time.
I think a lot of times when people hear that, they kind of panic. They're like, wait a minute, there are bacteria, but these are good things. These are good bacteria.
Good bacteria worth cultivating. So, some definitions. Probiotics are live organisms found in some foods.
These are good for you. These are friendly bacteria. They help keep our gut microbiome balanced. They support digestion, immune health. There's even research around mood regulation and lower symptoms of anxiety.
And prebiotics?
Prebiotics are non-digestible fibers. Think of it almost as like it's food for the probiotics. It's fertilizer for that probiotic.
Put the two together.
Prebiotics are the fertilizer, if you will, the food. It's what helps the probiotics or the plants thrive.
As with so many health-related theories, the solution seems to be just one supplement away.
Looking for help with digestion? With 35 billion CFU plus prebiotics for optimal gut health.
Or, says Carol and Susie, you could try the old-fashioned method and eat your way to a healthier gut.
The most studied are going to be probably strains that you would find in yogurt. Yogurt with live and active cultures. Kefir, so fermented milk or anything fermented is going to be a source of a live active culture, a probiotic strain. Sauerkraut, kimchi, kombucha, miso, all of those types of things are going to be the best food sources of probiotics.
And as for the fertilizer,
think garlic, onions, leeks, asparagus, bananas that are more on the green side, whole grains. So think oats and barley, wheat bran, and then legumes.
If you do decide to stroll down the pharmacy aisle instead of the produce section,
talk to your doctor before you start a supplement. You have to remember that the industry is not regulated. So you want to be very cautious, do your homework.
Raising and maintaining a thriving gut biome can have benefits beyond digestive health.
A healthy microbiome and a diverse microbiome, research supports that it can help regulate our immune response. Even studies now on how this perhaps affects our metabolic and weight regulation.
And even beyond physical health.
Emerging research is associating consumption of pre and probiotics with less or reduced anxiety and improved mood.
So the probiotic-prebiotic theory holds water. And even some so-called fad diets appear to help in weight loss and maintenance, says registered dietitian Kristen Smith.
The Mediterranean diet, we're really focused more on seafood, vegetables, or things like the DASH diet, which do focus on a more balanced approach to eating.
You could argue that every fad diet works, but most have a fatal flaw. They aren't sustainable.
You can always ask yourself when you're approaching a dietary pattern or a diet change, can I sustain this for more than a week, a month? And if that is a quick no, then you know it's not something you want to move forward with.
Her fellow dietitian and devout believer in the gut biome, Carol and Susie, urges anyone hoping to make a change in health or weight to fill up a grocery cart instead of a medicine cabinet.
Food first, empowering patients to add these things on their next grocery run. And yeah, it's an easy way to check your pre and probiotics box, if you will.
Kristen Smith's philosophy on flash-in-the-pan weight loss plans is similar.
It's important if you're making extreme dietary changes to consult with your physician and with a registered dietitian nutritionist. You can really consult and make sure that this is the right approach for your lifestyle.
Instead of putting your health in the hands of social media gurus. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
More when this ABC News special continues.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Let me tell you about a new Gatos-approved local company you're going to love. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. James, he's the owner. He started this business years ago by just knocking on doors. Now, he and his wife, Jamie, run a great local company that's built on quality, convenience, and taking care of you, the customer. At the Gatos household, when we first moved into the home, the blinds in the TV room were chewed on by a dog. I've got someone else's dog's saliva and teeth marks on my blinds. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. The one thing I love is you can walk into one of their 3 Valley showrooms, see the products, try them out before anything goes into your home. Every installer works directly for Southwest Blinds. No subcontractors, no surprises, just licensed professional work from a company that takes pride in what they do. If you haven't seen motorized shades yet, this is the future. You can control them right from your phone. Visit southwestblinds.com or stop into a showroom today.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Welcome back to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub. I'm Mike Dubosky.
And I'm Sherry Preston. For years, they sat in record store bins collecting dust. But for a long time now, vinyl records have been staging a comeback. And I can tell you, I know this personally from a husband who is a vinyl record collector.
Big into the vinyl records in the Preston household. And new generations of music lovers as well are discovering the rich sound and brilliant cover art of vinyl. And those who have always been loyal to the medium are welcoming a new audience, embracing all the reasons why these records can be a rewarding listening experience.
ABC's Joy Piazza talked to some experts about putting records back into rotation.
It's a familiar sound that generations of music lovers can recognize immediately. The dropping of the needle and the crackling that signals the start of a record. And whether it's Steely Dan's 1972 album Can't Buy a Thrill or any other album from any other genre, this very analog technology is going through something of a renaissance in our very digital world.
There is definitely something about the tangibility of vinyl that just feels better. I mean, my wife likened it to receiving a handwritten letter in the mail to getting an email. Which one feels better?
That's artist, singer, songwriter, producer, arranger, and DJ Mayer Hawthorne, whose own record collection is in the thousands. It's a sentiment also shared by Alex Kaplan. Her Vinyl Gone Viral Instagram page has more than 51,000 followers.
I think that each album has a story, and listening to it intentionally from beginning to end is a very different experience than listening on shuffle on your phone.
Record store owner Stephen Kay of Vintage Vinyl in Evanston, Illinois, says the entire experience of putting a record on a turntable and diving into the liner notes mesmerized him growing up.
It was like a Disney movie coming to life, you know? It was just a magical experience.
And Michael Kurtz, the co-founder of Record Store Day, a semi-annual event that celebrates independent record stores, says memories can be made.
If it's a fold-out, you get to see all the beautiful artwork, the inserts, you put the record on, and it all sort of imprints.
John opened Record Runner in New York City's Greenwich Village neighborhood in 1979. He says in the 1990s, people were unloading their records.
It really felt like vinyl had completely died. People were coming in and they were in shopping carts and saying, I want to get rid of my records.
He says record companies contributed to the downfall of vinyl, and big box stores cut into the mom-and-pop market share.
The record companies, what they would do, they would release like the CD, and then the record or vinyl would come out weeks later.
Kurt says record companies even threw out some materials used to mass-produce vinyl, and recounts a conversation he had with one executive.
All the artwork for all these famous records, what you're talking about, was all thrown into the hole in the ground they had dug for the new EMI building, and it was used as foundation material.
So through the 90s and 2000s, while many were burning CDs and downloading from platforms like Napster and iTunes, record enthusiasts began to breathe new life into what was once considered a dying art. For Mayer Hawthorne, his interest in records came in tandem with an interest in music, influenced by his parents and his hometown of Ann Arbor, Michigan. He says when he was inspired to make music himself, he set out to find the tracks associated with his favorite hip-hop artists.
And then I started looking for all the samples to my favorite rap songs by like Pete Rock and CL Smooth and Gangstar and
I can't believe today was a good day.
Ice Cube and NWA, and I would look for all the original samples to those rap songs because I was like, what is the music that they're using to rap over? And that was really what led me down the vinyl record path.
Crate digging at yard sales became a way for Hawthorne to find what he was looking for.
I remember where I bought every record that I've ever bought that's in my collection. I remember how I acquired that record.
Michael Kurtz's interest started when he worked at a record store in Wilmington, North Carolina, and continued with the launch of Record Store Day in 2007.
Our reality was all the artists, not all, a lot of artists were coming into record stores to celebrate the record releases.
Kurtz said it's grown into a billion-dollar venture with hundreds of thousands of records pressed over the years. 3,500 stores now participate worldwide.
I'm actually like a chevalier in France for the concept of empowering local businesses. That's really what the knighthood was about. But I did it, and my community did it by relaunching vinyl.
This is me trying. He says one household name is credited with launching Record Store Day into the stratosphere by serving as the event's ambassador several years ago.
As far as turning it massive was when Taylor Swift was our ambassador of Record Store Day worldwide and gave us an exclusive album called The Pawn Sessions, and we pressed like 115,000 copies of that single album.
According to figures from Luminate, vinyl records make up about 60% of total physical album sales so far this year, and 35% of those sales happened at independent music stores. One factor driving these sales, younger generations who are discovering the medium for the first time. But with the new demand may come higher prices. Kurt says he's been seeing a difference between now and the 2000s.
You could buy all, the early Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Billy Joel, whatever, for $2, used in a record store. Now those used copies go for $20, $30. This is crazy. I think vinyl records has gone up more in value than gold.
But newer enthusiasts like Alex Kaplan say it's not stopping her from building a collection. Kaplan's Vinyl Gone Viral Instagram account started during the pandemic. Her own collection began nearly a decade ago.
When you're crate digging in a record shop and you're meeting new people, whether you're interacting with the employees working there, for example, on record store day, I show up early and I wait in line and I go by myself and I end up making friends in line who I talk to for hours and bond over music.
Kaplan, like many of the folks we talked to, say she likes the richer sound quality that comes from records.
Even with a simple turntable and speakers, I would say, you can still notice an audible difference compared to streaming because streaming compresses the sound. A lot of records that I have do press their vinyl from the original master tapes, which is obviously, it makes you feel like you're in the room.
Hawthorne says the warmth of the analog sound is superior, but admits that getting that sound can be a cumbersome process.
Ideally, you'd want to just record to tape, keep it analog the whole way. There's a good reason why digital recording was invented, and that's because it is so much easier.
Hawthorne is also using today's social media landscape to introduce more people to the sound of vinyl. He takes his impressive collection online in a live streaming YouTube event called Wine and Vinyl Hour. It started during the pandemic when he would open a bottle of wine and spin a record. His manager and business partner suggested live streaming it, and it's grown into a community all its own.
It got to a point where people were coming just to talk to each other, and they weren't really even necessarily paying attention to what I was doing at all. This is what it's all about right here. This is a real community.
It also dovetailed into a quarterly subscription service for fans and music lovers called the Wine and Vinyl Collectors Club.
Sometimes it starts with a wine first. This ARP Selena strings on this particular, on Roy Ayers, Everybody Loves the Sunshine. And it evokes that record to me, that sound, and then we'll go from there.
That sense of community and sharing is why Stephen Kay loves what he does. He says his favorite part is recommending albums to fellow music lovers.
I have people that were coming here every Saturday from the time I opened till the time they passed away. And some still are coming who have records waiting for them every week based on what I know they love.
In a world where technology seems to change all the time, records have remained fairly consistent. Not only have they withstood a dip in popularity and the rise of portable music formats, but they've also stepped into a new existence, rooted in the thrill of collection, the richness of sound, and the establishment of community and third spaces.
You can't watch a movie without somebody putting a record on a turntable or going to a record store, or there's some reference, It's pop culture now. It's part of our, the zeitgeist.
That excitement of walking into a store and seeing, I've been looking for this record all my life, and there it is.
You can sit back, relax with your records, and just think about how simple life used to be and pretend that it still is.
Joy Piazza, ABC News.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30 p.m. I'm Enrique Garcia, and here's our top story. The National Retail Federation is predicting that holiday sales will surpass $1 trillion for the first time ever this year. If the prediction holds, that would mean a 3.7 to 4.2% sales increase over 2024. NRF Chief Economics Mark Matthews says the growth does factor in some higher prices thanks to tariffs, but it's really because Americans are still in the spending mood. As for holiday hiring, Matthews says they're seeing fewer seasonal job openings.
We forecast that holiday hiring would be about 265 to 365,000 this year. That's the lowest that we've seen in the last 15 years. So definitely some softness there.
I'm not just cuddly. I am cosmic. I can talk, listen, tell stories, play games, and help kids learn.
A local nonprofit is warning parents about gifting their child an AI-enabled toy.
The 2025 Trouble in Toyland report by the U.S. Public Interest Research Group found some toys with built-in AI chatbots will talk about explicit topics or where a child can find knives. Program director at Not My Kid, Elena Zavalza, recommends parents play with the toy first.
Just really keeping an eye on what are some of those things that it's asking, because if AI is able to adapt and that AI on that toy is able to change and have those conversations with the kids, it could be a little risky.
The plush toys are meant to interact with your child, but there aren't always enough parental controls to prevent the toy from going rogue. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Alrighty, for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Looking at our highways, nothing crazy right now. Our surface streets, we do have one crash in Tempe on Price Road and Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Toyota, your Toyota Valley dealership. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealership today. Looking at the weather real quick, tonight's going to be low of 53, Friday, Black Friday, high 73, Saturday, a low of 49, high of 70. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Enrique Garcia on KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I've got great news for my friends at the Arizona Painting Company. First of all, you can go and get a free estimate. Just mention me. And here's the deal. If you schedule an interior or exterior project within the first 2 weeks of January, you get an additional 10% off. All you do is mention Gatos, and all you do is mention 2026 deal. Just say 2026 deal, you get an additional 10% off your project. The Arizona Painting Company. You want their phone number? I'll send it to you. Text the word paint to 620. They have the best and most skilled painters in Phoenix. Their crews are experienced, friendly, and best of all, they make sure you're 100% satisfied. I've used the Arizona Painting Company for well over 20 years. I've been talking about them on afternoons for 20 years. Schedule that interior or exterior project within the first 2 weeks of January, and you will get an additional 10% off. Just mention 2026 deal. Text the word paint to 620-620, and when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to a special presentation from ABC News Radio. Gadgets, Gears, and Grub. I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky.
You know, it's usually around this time of the year that we remember the old adage about going over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house. Millions expected to hit the road this holiday season to see their family and their friends. But, Mike, you've been looking at some technology that may change the way we actually think about holiday travel.
That's right, Sherry. Earlier this fall, General Motors set itself a pretty significant technological goal. It says by 2028, you'll be able to buy a car that will let you take your eyes off the road for extended periods of time while the car effectively drives itself. I caught up with Baris Sentinok, GM's Vice President of Software and Services, at the event in New York City where they announced this plan. He told me the eyes-off-the-road technology will be baked into their current semi-autonomous driving system known as Super Cruise. He says the company's eventual goal is to let the car become something else, something that's more akin to a living room or a workspace.
I want the space to become your best office. This should be your best where I choose to watch my Warriors games, where maybe I am catching up on some of the new news that I want to catch up on.
That all sounds pretty nice, but also pretty ambitious. To get a sense of where this technology stands right now and how much further GM has to go in the next 3 years, I took a Super Cruise-equipped vehicle for a drive. Or rather, it took me for one. Okay, hello everyone. You join me on the northbound New Jersey Turnpike in a brand new 2026 Cadillac Escalade IQL. This car will actually let you take your hands off the wheel on certain pre-mapped roads that General Motors has already approved. And they say there's more than 600,000 miles worth of pre-approved roads that Super Cruise works on. The New Jersey Turnpike is one of those roads, and we're going to give it a try right now. So I have to press some buttons here. So to turn this system on, I first have to set what speed I want. Currently the speed limit here is 65, so let's not get in trouble. Let's go to 65 and set it there. That's just a little switch that I'm doing there. And oh, immediately, as soon as I did that, the steering wheel illuminated green. And that's another interesting thing about Super Cruise is that there's actually a small screen on the top rim of your steering wheel that will flash in different colors depending on whether this system is active or not, whether it senses any danger on the road. Green means that you're good to take your hands off the wheel. So as soon as I set my speed, it sensed you're good to go. So I'm going to try it now. I'm going to take my hands off the wheel. And there we go. No hands on the wheel right now, just as proof I can clap. And I'm not putting my hands back on the wheel, no feet on the pedals either, though I'm hovering over the brake just in case. But we are just motoring right along. There's cars passing me on either side, and the system is active. Now, General Motors is not the first company to introduce technology that allows you to take your hands off the steering wheel.
Blue Cruise is hands-free highway driving.
Ford has a similar system called Blue Cruise, as do a number of others. In most cases, the company pre-maps a bunch of roads, mainly highways, and then their cars use that map to understand when a turn is coming up. That is coupled with various radar and camera systems that sense the cars around you. There's also a steering column-mounted camera, which monitors your face to make sure that you're looking at the road. A lot of this happens behind the scenes, but Sentinok tells me it's also important to show the driver what the car is doing.
We have a visualization of the road and how the car is drawing a path and following a path. And where we're trying to give the confidence to the driver or passengers, hey, look, not only it's seeing the objects, it's also picking a very smart path.
That confidence view could prove to be the make or break part of this technology. After all, as a passenger, it's weird to see the driver of a car surrender control. But Sentinok tells me the more information everyone in the car gets, the more comfortable they'll feel.
If you experienced Super Cruise and other technologies, after the first few times, you're kind of like very watchful. And then you slowly realize this is working right. It's making the right decisions. It just goes to the background and you just normalize it.
All the while, GM is adding more capabilities to Super Cruise. Okay, so another interesting thing just happened. I join you just a few miles up the New Jersey Turnpike from when we last chatted. This system has been active the whole time, and it just did something that I think we should talk about. I set the speed at the reasonable 65 miles an hour. However, we came up on top of a bus that was going a little bit slower than that. The system, all on its own, activated the turn signal and actually made a lane change to get around that bus, all without me doing anything. But going from hands-off driving to eyes-off driving is more than just a technological hurdle to get over. GM says it's interested because right now, eyes-off driving is only permitted in a few states, and even then in a very limited capacity. Patrick George, the editor-in-chief of Inside EVs, was also at the event.
I have a lot of questions about the regulations around this and how it's going to be deployed. There are no national rules around hands-off, eyes-off driving. That's not allowed. There's only 2 states that kind of allow it. That's California and Nevada.
GM says the first car to get this eyes-off-the-road version of Super Cruise will be the Cadillac Escalade IQ. A prototype version of that technology was on display at GM's event, basically the same electric truck that I drove, but with turquoise lights built into the side mirrors. Whereas red lights signify stopping, green lights signify going, some automakers are hoping this light bluish-green color will come to signify that a car is operating autonomously.
And they're not the first automaker to try that. Just off the top of my head, Mercedes-Benz does that with Drive Pilot, which is that very limited eyes-off system that they have. Again, only in California, Nevada, at certain speeds, certain highways. It's extremely limited, but it also has turquoise lights on it. So it's kind of a nice indicator to people around it that it's, it's kind of driving itself.
Again, it's just a prototype. In the meantime, there's one more notable thing that happened on my Super Cruise journey. It took place while I was doing something that many from the Northeast are familiar with: sitting in traffic. We were moving along in traffic, not any more than 10 miles an hour or so, and the steering wheel, without me touching it, kept shaking back and forth. It was kind of like doing like a little slalom sort of thing, still staying in its lane, and it wasn't telling me to take control again. We were kind of going around a gentle bend, but even still, little disconcerting move there from Super Cruise. I asked GM about this, and they told me it was a known issue, and a fix has been deployed. Regardless, Barris Sentinok tells me that while they're aimed at full eyes-off-the-road driving in 2028, they're still adopting a slower-is-better strategy.
Look, I think we have a line of sight to the technologies required, to the sensors required, and how it's going to come together. But like I said, we will always have a very high bar for safety. And we want to create a system that is reliable and that is safe. And we will keep that bar high. And until we hit that mark, we will not do what we're setting out to do.
More when this ABC News special continues.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
The View is fired up and hotter than ever.
You have to see this.
Because when the women come together, live, no topic is safe.
She's got a point.
So come and hang with America's #1 daytime talk show.
The View.
Okay. On ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped, and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First to lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store at kohls.com for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plate, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Welcome back to Gadgets, Gears, and Grub. I'm Mike Dubusky.
And I'm Sherry Preston. You know, our country right now has a bit of a food conundrum. In the same place where the USDA estimates nearly 50 million people are food insecure, we are literally throwing food away.
So, Sherry, to close out our show, here's ABC's Rob Hawley with a look at food waste in America.
Just for a second, imagine this. You've just wrapped up your grocery shopping, and as you're leaving the store, you do something that sounds crazy.
If you could imagine walking out of the supermarket with 3 bags of groceries, dropping one in the parking lot and not picking it up, that is essentially what we are doing today throughout our food system.
Dana Gunders is the president at ReFed, an organization that tracks just how much food we waste across America.
About 1/3 of our food supply never gets eaten.
By ReFed's numbers, 63 million tons of food every year either just gets thrown away or doesn't even make it off the farms and is left to rot in the fields.
That's equivalent to almost 120 billion meals. That's billion with a B. That food is worth about $382 billion.
And it's not just the wasted meals. It's also a waste of everything that goes into creating all that food.
It takes energy, it takes water, it takes fertilizers, it takes pesticides, cold storage to keep food cold throughout the system. So all of that is really going to waste when we don't eat the food. On top of that, food is actually the #1 product entering our landfills today. That has its own implications. Also, when that food enters those landfills, it rots and produces methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas.
Which is wafting out of all those landfills by the ton.
About 10% of all of the methane footprint in the U.S. is coming from food rotting in landfills.
Along with other greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide. But where there's a problem, there are also solutions.
We'll prevent 25 million kilograms of carbon dioxide from entering into the atmosphere.
CEO of City Harvest in New York City, Jilly Stevens.
City Harvest is a food rescue organization, and that means we're capturing really great, nutritious, good quality food that would otherwise go to waste. Yeah. And we deliver that food to a network of around 400 soup kitchens and food pantries in the 5 boroughs of New York City.
We talked as we walked through the centerpiece of the City Harvest operation in Sunset Park, Brooklyn.
In order to move as much food as City Harvest moves, which this year will be 86 million pounds of food, you need a complex logistics operation. Yeah. Now at City Harvest, this is in our DNA. This is how we've been operating for many years. Today we have the luxury of a beautiful food rescue center.
150,000 square feet of space specifically designed for one mission: rescuing food and then turning it around fast.
None of the food in here will be here more than 2, 3, 4 days max. This is food we want to get out very quickly. We have an inventory that turns well over 100 times a year.
70% of the food City Harvest handles is fresh produce, which means keeping a lot of things cold.
We're standing right now on our cold dock. We have 7 loading bays. But in the summer months, when it's very hot outside, we need this space to be cold so we don't waste any food.
Sitting on that dock right then, boxes and boxes of cucumbers, looking like they're fresh from the store. And in an even colder room,
we're looking at a beautiful orange pepper. This again is donated, perfectly good, absolutely nothing wrong with it.
And that's the thing with the thousands upon thousands of pounds of food in that building. All of it perfectly good to eat. So why does it have to be rescued at all?
All sorts of reasons. As we walk around, we may see apples that appear small, which I think are perfect for families with young children. That's a good kid's hand-size apple. But it might be that the grower feels that they can't sell apples that are that small.
But it turns out the worst offenders are you and me. Back to ReFed's Dana Gunders.
More than anywhere else in the food system, we in our homes waste the most amount of food. So all 330 million of us throwing food out adds up to be the biggest source of food being wasted around the country.
Just think, when was the last time you opened up your fridge and pulled out that package of cold cuts that you really meant to use for lunches last week, only to find them a little too ripe to possibly be used? So, into the trash they go. Probably a good choice for your health, but not your wallet.
I find it so interesting that 5 or 10 cents will sway us in the store to buy one thing over another. And yet when we get home, some of that math just goes out the window.
It all adds up quick.
We estimate, on average, each American is throwing out about $800 worth of food per person every year.
It literally is throwing away money. And just look, if you just think back at what you spent on it, it's gonna deter you to like, okay, let me figure this out.
That's Chef Schnell, culinary director at Make Food Not Waste in Detroit.
We take food surplus in the community and we make a meal out of it, and then we funnel it back into the community for free every single week. So we do about 100,000 meals a year.
The challenge? Like Forrest Gump's box of chocolates.
You never know what you're going to get.
We have a mystery basket every single day, and we have to figure out how to make 1 + 1 = 2, and it just works.
Mystery basket, apropos, since Chef Denard came so close to winning an episode of the cooking show Chopped, called Trash into Treasure, where the contestants were only allowed to use leftovers, which is a great way to cut down on waste in our own homes. And she says spending a little time in your fridge and pantry can make a huge difference.
Being able to pull things to the front of your eye view, like in your fridge and stuff, so I'm always trying to organize my fridge so that I can see everything that's older, bring it to the front.
New York nutritionist Maya Feller says another key to cutting back on food waste in our homes actually starts away from home.
We've got to actually rethink how we enter the grocery store.
Because we've all been taught, shop the perimeter of the grocery store.
The thing about fresh food is that you actually have to process it and then you have to consume it.
Dive into the middle of the store for things that won't spoil quickly, so you don't have to throw them out.
Go and get your canned beans. Go and get your pastas. You really have to have a pantry that actually will serve you.
And above all,
have a plan around the things that you intend to eat, and then also be realistic.
And that planning goes double for this time of year when we're surrounded by friends, family, and so much food. Refed estimates 320 million pounds of food wasted just at Thanksgiving. For your holiday get-togethers, make sure you get together plenty of to-go containers for all those leftovers so everyone can share. Chef Denard says virtually nothing has to go to waste.
What else can I do with this turkey? Well, I can take the carcass and I can boil that with some vegetables that I have and now I have a good turkey stock.
And Maya Feller says you can look for ways to donate food instead of throwing it out, whether it's to a neighbor in need or a local charity.
And it really comes back to the entire idea of the season. It's a season where we're supposed to give and be in community and actually care about each other.
And maybe we can all take a little bite out of all the food that goes to waste. Rob Hawley, ABC News.
I love that idea. I love that idea of maybe taking just a little bit less on your plate and think about the amount of food that's wasted every year. I love Thanksgiving.
Absolutely, Sherry. And some important things to remember as we head into the holiday season.
I'm Sherry Preston.
And I'm Mike Dubusky.
This has been a special presentation from ABC News Radio.
It's Gatos. Say goodbye to water spots, dry skin, and harsh chlorine, and say hello to the Kinetico Premier XP Model Q850OD XP. That's right, the world's most efficient water softener. The Kinetico Premier XP is a non-electric twin-tank system that runs on water pressure, not power. And right now, Aquazona is offering special financing. Pay no interest if paid in full in 12 months, but only for a limited time. Find a whole house water system that's WQA certified, removes hard water, gives you softer water 24/7, and beats the Kinetico Q850 ODXP in efficiency, and they'll buy it for you. They've been helping Arizona families love their water since 1987. Call 602-910-6570 or visit Aquazona.com today. Aquazona is an independent authorized Kinetico dealer. Aquazona, better water, better life.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. A judge ordered the Trump administration to fully fund SNAP payments. The Trump administration is appealing that judge's orders.
I am furious. At this point, they're just being cruel. Meanwhile, people who are hungry because they don't have money for groceries and were supposed to get their benefits on November 1st still don't have them. It is infuriating.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Monday afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. Arizona's news station. KTAR News on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on